更深入的去考察这个是。
Development work. It's not a lonely work done in a room of the OECD. It's a very collaborative endeavor. We work first of all with the countries that challenge us, especially at the beginning of the project. There were lots of concern about the data, the assessment. Will the results be reliable as reliable as mathematics and reading? Will that be comparable? We have done lots of work to try to convince them to stay on board. You have seen from the data that some of the countries decided not to collect the data from the test. It's their call, it's their decision. There are risks, and we have tried to, we took quite a number of risks, and we try to think really out of the box when designing this new assessment. But there are also organizations like the Eden Prize and LEGO that is represented here that have helped us a lot. It takes a lot of resources and lots of people to innovate in the space of assessment. And of course, researchers that are also represented here, researchers that are more involved in the public policy spheres and also more in the technical work. So today with me, I have the honor to introduce you three distinguished speakers. I'm not going through in details of their bio. You can find them online for sake of time. I want first to introduce to you Yeri Kim, that is like the director of learning through play, research and development at the LEGO Foundation. She has a lot of experience in many fields, including like technology, ed tech, but also in organizational innovation. That is like, one of the areas on which like being creative is particularly important and particularly difficult. And she will speak a little bit about the work we did together for creative thinking. And then we have Bill Lucas, who is a professor and director for the Center of Real World Learning at the University of Winchester. Bill has been with us at the very beginning of the work, chairing the advisory group, the strategic advisory group that set the initial direction for the assessment and told us what we should do and what we should try, we should try not to do. And Bill has been a very powerful advocate for policy reform. So he's a researcher that has been really active in the public sphere. And then we have Todd Lubert, who is a professor of psychology at the University of Paris Cité, and is an expert in creativity assessment. So just to explain you how we develop this kind of assessment, we form an expert group. I'm pleased to see also Baptiste Barbeau, who is a member of our expert group here with us, and we spend a lot of time discussing with these experts and getting multidisciplinary advice, and also trying to understand also all the cultural challenges of doing a test that is as big as PISA. So this is just the introduction. Let's go to the discussion. I would like you listen to the Secretary General, also to the presentation of Andreas that went quite in detail. I wanted to ask you if there was any result that you found particularly interesting or particularly surprising from your perspective. I will start with Yeri. Yeri, please.
Hi, thank you, Mario. It's an absolute pleasure to be here where creative thinking is put on the agenda, and for so many of us to be discussing this at this level. So thank you again. There's so many things to discuss, but if I were to pick one, I think it's actually about mindsets and the beliefs and expectations of both societies and children that actually had a significant impact, a statistically significant impact on the creativity test results. Especially because at the LEGO Foundation, one of the key core principles that we really tried to push and let others also know about is the importance of agency, the importance of child agency in terms of determining what their interests are, what they would like to explore, what they're curious about. And I believe that as adults in the room and beyond, our role really is about creating that environment for that agency to blossom, to be developed, and to be tested. And I think this result, that one of the key results that we have seen in this report really goes and shows some evidence of why that actually, how it manifests itself in this way. So thank you for the question.
Thank you, and really this is what it's all about, like building young people that feel confident in charge of their own learning. And this of course is not just, as we see, like correlates with academic success, but it's also a main driver of like well-being and fulfillment in life. So Bill, can you tell us what are the results that you found more inspiring and or more challenging?
Thank you, Mario, and thank you for your generous remarks. It's been an absolute pleasure to be walking alongside so many wonderful colleagues here from all over the world. I guess, like everybody, I was surprised by the gender differences, not so surprised by the result, but more curious about how we could do something about it. As Yeri said, mindset is so important and creative self-efficacy is so important. And I'm left thinking, as an ex-teacher, how I might better teach the process of idea generation, might teach the skill of taking different perspectives and questioning and curiosity, because I don't believe that we can't do better with boys. So that was surprising. I was surprised and irritated to see that the United Kingdom wasn't in this test. So forgive me for saying that, but I'm working hard to make sure that this does happen in the UK. I guess I was surprised, not really surprised, but totally delighted to see that the false binary position that you're either good at the academic PISA tests or you're good at creative thinking, that is completely laid to rest. And I think that's very important for policymakers working in domains where that isn't accepted. And I think it's a very important message for my friends back in England.
Thank you. Yes, also from our side, we were like pleased to see that there is indeed, as we can see in the data, a synergy between performance in creative thinking and performance in the main tests. But you know, as an assessment developer, I was also pleased to see that they are not exactly the same thing. There is as Andrea showed, a positive correlation, but it looks like we are measuring something different. And Todd, as a measurement expert, as one that have seen results of many tests of creativity and creative thinking, what is that you found surprising or interesting in this very large data collection?
Okay, yeah, thanks Mario. So happy to be here with everybody, and I'd like to just say, when I got to read this report in preview mode before just now, what struck me as of special interest that echoes or not with research on creativity, because there's a tradition of research on creativity that's more than a century old with growing interest in the topic. So I'd like to just situate what I say, given when I saw the things coming from this great study, which is the largest of its nature so far in the history of the field. First thing I'd like to note is that obviously the report focuses on a kind of a country score, as it's kind of a total score, like a general score of creative thinking. But this somewhat hides the fact that in the assessment, it's assessed in 4 different domains, for example. So there's creative thinking in a literary mode, in a scientific mode, and so forth. Okay, and if you look at the different graphs in the report, the countries line up differently when you look at the subdomains. So first, I'd like to highlight that in the literature, we have favored this domain-specific approach. So I think there's a lot of interest in that result to be explored in the report. Also, there is obviously a lot of evidence in this study and report for variability. So there's variability at the country level, some countries with scores higher than others. But in fact, according to the report, that's 8% of the overall variability, and 92% is not at the country level. So it's within countries, variability at the school level, and notably at the individual level, almost 3/4 of the country level variability is between students themselves. And there's also variability at the student level across domains. So this echoes also a big trend in the literature. Also the fact that students who have teachers who think creativity is important, and students who think that creativity is something you can develop tend to do better, is also echoing initial results from the literature. So there's a lot of things here that help us consolidate things we had seen in specific studies. But something that's a bit surprising is obviously the gender gap, which in the literature, in local studies, has not been seen as such a major finding. So in many studies, the gender gap is small or not much. So that's the most surprising thing. Yeah.
Do you have any sense of, like probably there are differences between what we do in PISA, that is like a relatively long test. Creative thinking is not assessed on its own. It comes after another hour of test.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have like some sense of why do we observe the differences in the instruments? Is in the way we do the tests, or is it or?
Well, the gender gap, first of all, is larger in some countries and smaller than in others. In some countries, the gender gap is present, but very small, let's say. So I think it would be interesting to look at those countries where the gender gap is the largest and the smallest to see what's different. But yeah, when you do a test in schools, when you do a test following another PISA module, when you do certain kinds of items to measure creativity compared to other ways we might measure it, these can all impact the student motivation and compliance. And it can also impact to what extent you feel maybe perseverance and other characteristics. So I think that you can find reasons for this gender gap in the components that go into what leads a student, boy or girl, to do well in this kind of testing.
I just wonder whether, building on that, whether it's something to do with the age we're talking about. Age 15 is quite interesting. It's the middle of puberty for many young people. Things are moving around, and in many educational jurisdictions, if you test it again at 16 or 17, when that motivation has perhaps sharpened or been reclaimed for that final part of formal education, I reckon you might get a different answer. So it might be interesting to not just look at the positive deviance, but also look at different age measures.
Yes, thanks. Thanks both, and also thanks Todd for also highlighting the richness of the data. Of course, in a short presentation, we cannot do justice to all the data, but yeah, one interesting element indeed is the fact that we have information and student responses on 4 different applications areas of creative thinking. So yes, we can discuss maybe later. One of the things that we plan to do is to try to understand a little bit better why in certain domains, certain areas, like some countries do better than in others. For example, like when it comes to creative writing, why are some countries doing really better? So like, do they emphasize storytelling and this type of activities, or is it something else? So I just invite you to to go try to go a little bit, spend some time on the reports. And now, of course, I want to go back to Bill. We do all this work essentially to inform policies. This is our job at the OECD. You have seen in the results that there are some countries that do relatively better than expected, like taking into account their performance in the main PISA domains. Some of the countries, as Andreas showed, are like in East Asia, like Singapore and Korea. But the countries that really excel, that do much better than expected and achieve a very high level of performance are like Canada, Australia, Finland. Bill, you have done work in these countries. There are some commonalities across these countries. So what do you think is an ingredient of policy change? So what what should we advise other countries to do if they want to achieve like the same level of performance in creative thinking as Canada, Australia, or Finland?
Thank you, Mario. Just a little throat clearing beforehand. Can we just say congratulations that you managed to get 64 countries and economies involved? I don't think we've really made enough of that. You were very self-effacing about those who didn't opt into some. And also just to build on what Todd said, we're talking about creativity as if it's a unidimensional facet of human life, and it isn't. If for most of us in the research community, it's multidimensional. So we just need to remember that, I think. And as Todd was saying too, we've explored, if you like, scientific problem solving and, for want of a better word, common sense. But there are many other domains we need to come to. I think the report has many of the answers in it. So it talks of curriculum visibility. We know that's hugely important. The Brookings Institution has done terrific work charting that. We know that unless you can define creativity, you won't get very far. And not just define it, but define it over time. So progression matrices like the one alluded to by Andreas in Victoria in Australia, but there are about half a dozen others you might like to look at. We haven't mentioned the interdisciplinary nature of many of the secondary curricula that we've been looking at. I think that's a global trend, and it's in that sort of place, you might call it projects or greater freedom or electives, that opportunity to explore, that my hunch is that many of these other dispositions will be better encouraged. I think in addition to what you've said in the report, there is something about the assessment process. I think teachers are not confident in the assessment literacies needed, and it's probably going to be multimodal assessment to really get a fair fix and also to decide how far they want to go down the assessment line. There's a real debate about teacher workload and about reliability. And certainly in our own work, we've begun to reframe this as evidencing the progression of, rather than assessing of, which tends to lead to a rather unhelpful, well, I'm a level 3B at creative thinking, which is not really helpful to anyone. I think there are some national advocacy initiatives required. New Zealand is singled out in the report. There are lots of others. Dozens of countries are doing really interesting things. Ireland is doing really interesting things in this space at the moment. And I think that's a national and a global role. Certainly the body I work with, the Global Institute of Creative Thinking, has actually, with Andreas as its chair, just launched a Creativity in Schools award scheme and also an awareness week in alliance with UNESCO. And I think perhaps most of all, one, it's always going to be about professional learning, I think. So for school leaders, the confidence to take and tackle some of the myths that still persist in terms of creativity and to create the cultural environments in which young people are encouraged to explore. If you're in accountability systems or examinations where there is so often one right answer, let's not be surprised if there's an unhelpful correlation between becoming more creative and doing less well on the results. I think another aspect of professional learning is curriculum mapping. The state of Alberta, I think, is mentioned in here, does this really well. So there's a role for policymakers in not saying, here's how you do it in geography and history and maths and science, but here are the kind of top levels in which you then might make your own. And finally, and I would say this as a researcher, I think we need multiple, well-evaluated, rigorous case studies at scale. And I'm delighted that England is finally waking up after a long sleep. And we have something called the Creativity Collaboratives, more than 100+ schools really doing very exciting things funded by the Arts Council.
Thanks a lot, Bill, for telling us a little bit about the complexity of policy change in this sphere and the fact that you really need to work on really multiple aspects, and also for pointing to the importance of leadership development and professional development for teachers. So here I connect with the work of Yeri and the Lego Foundation. That first of all I wanted to thank for their great support. They believed on our work from at the very beginning, and they really helped us a lot to take a number of early pilots and to improve our instruments to this, like data collection. And now they supporting us in the next wave of research on this data. But at the Lego Foundation, you have one strong belief: it's in the power of play and learning through play. I wanted to ask you, on the basis of your experience, the work that you do with your many partners, what are the main elements of this pedagogical revolution that you're trying to propose and initiate in many parts of the world? What works and what is also like why it's so hard to put in place?
Yeah, I think first of all, thank you. And it's of course something that we take very seriously, this concept of play. In fact, I would like to make a plug that June 11th was the first International Day of Play, which was recognized as a thing for you to include in your calendar. And we believe that this kind of recognition, that what we mean by play is not to be just taken as something lightly, is also quite important in terms of looking at how does that relate to creative thinking, both in terms of practice and outcomes. In terms of, what do we mean by play? I think it's also an important thing to make upfront here, state upfront here. It's both the characters that it's both the practice of playing, but also the outcome that we believe is actually quite important. So at the end of the day, our goal as Lego Foundation is that children become creative, engaged, lifelong learners who thrive in a constantly changing world. And to us, emphasizing play is quite important for especially the early years, because it actually has implications in not only when you're 15 taking the PISA test, but also throughout life. Play is actually the way in which, and probably the most powerful tool in which you can actually build these breadth of skills in order to thrive in life. And play is also important because as adults, we need to recognize that it doesn't just happen because you enforce it. It happens because we're creating the right environments. So we use the word play to actually mean many different things. And I think it's quite important that we understand at what level we are actually trying to infuse it. That's first and foremost. I think secondly, actually, sort of echoing what Bill mentioned, it's important that particularly in both formal and informal environments, we really try to make the practice of playful learning a thing. And that of course happens when policymakers and those that are in practice are in conversation together. So one of the things that we are also very enthusiastic about is of course the Schools Plus work, and I encourage all of you to check that out. But it's this idea that innovation in how play is embedded and infused in classrooms really comes from those that are in the classroom themselves. And furthermore, I think it's all about interactivity. So how are then those pedagogies allowing for child to child or children to children interaction? How is it actually enabling teacher and child interaction? And what are the things that we need to do differently because we live in a constantly changing world? And lastly, when it comes to, there's sort of four things that were mentioned, well, many things that were mentioned, but four things that kind of were interconnected, one of which is actually assessment as well. And I think we have two of the most creative thinkers in this, and those you should listen to them. But ultimately, what we really care about at Lego Foundation is that we find that we use technology that allows us to then find new ways to make documentation and analysis that we probably haven't been able to do without the current technologies that we have, so that we're not just looking at a single a single data point, but actually allowing the data to give us more information about context. And I think one of the things that we also recognize is that we might have a lot of information about children results, the results of children, but actually, how can we use technology to try and measure and assess what teachers are doing in the classrooms themselves, so that that actually is a balanced view of what we see from the data. There's more I could say. Maybe just one thing on digital is also something that we really care about, because as mentioned here, it's really about using those technologies so that we can ensure that children are making things in those environments as opposed to just consuming. So I think those are the key things that we really are interested in.
Thanks, Yari. Let me try to. Okay. No, it was very, very fascinating, this idea of play that we all know. We have all played in life. I keep playing a lot as a parent. It's that is at the same time something spontaneous, but you told us that it's also something that it needs to be designed. In order to work for learning, it takes a lot of work to designing a learning experience that is playful at the same time, like it is rich in content and it's rich in interaction and collaboration. And also, I think you also made a very good point about technology. We have seen Andrea showed like this like kind of ambiguous and then tend into negative relationship, but it's very much about the content of technology. It's not I don't think it's a devil per se. It's really much about the use, the richness, the fact that it engages learners as you said, as creators of new content. It provides like incredible opportunities for collaboration and also for creation. And in the space of assessment, it's something we are really working on for also like to keep records of all the ideas and all the creative work that the students can do in collaboration and with their teacher in the forms of portfolios. So yes, it's an important point you made. Now, Todd, going back to you and the measurement, you know that some people are going to dismiss these results because they're just going to say, but you know, creativity can't be measured. We hope that we were able to demonstrate that, in fact, we can measure at least some aspects of creativity and this capacity to generate ideas, to come out with diverse ideas. So first, I want to ask your help, like how do I address this criticism? Like how do you in your professional life respond to people that says, you know, that's not measurable. So it's all like, you know, it's all an invention and a creation from the OECD. And second, what is like, you know, how would you also go into like how we call it in the framework, like iterate and improve? What can we do better? And what would you change if we do it another time?
Okay, yeah, thanks for that question. Of course, the way to measure creativity, whether to what extent we can measure it and what does the measurement tell us about it, has been already an ongoing debate in the whole field since many decades. And if it was so easy to measure, would have already established well-known measures for it many years ago. So this whole project, thanks to Mario, Nathalie, and the whole OECD team, it's like, why did we go to the moon? Why didn't we go centuries ago to the moon? Because it wasn't so easy to get to the moon. And so OECD has set a goal to measure creativity in all these countries, kind of putting the first flag on the moon. And now it opens up a whole new period when we can go further. Thanks to the data here, we can explore alternative ways to score what these kids have done in these countries. And so the question of, yeah, a lot of people will say it can't be measured until we sit down with them and we show them in detail how we actually engage in the measurement process and what kids do and how we give them scores. And when you see the details of what actually can be done so far, people start to say, oh yeah, in a certain way, we can start to measure this thing. Maybe it's not perfect, but it's already a big first step forward. And so when I've been in schools and seen teachers or psychologists or scientists, and we show them some of the tests that have been developed over the years and some of that literature the current PISA module is building on, okay? People say, finally, it's a relatively reasonable approach. It's something that is meaningful. Of course, we're going to collaborate with the OECD team to try to explore some alternative measures, which might bring out some additional results, perhaps. And we're going to explore the cross-cultural issues, because it's one thing to set a way to measure and look around the world, how are kids doing when we give them a test like that. But there are some underlying debates as to, is creativity having the same meaning fundamentally in all these parts of the world, for example. And so when you open up that box, you start to see there are even more measurement issues of interest. And so I see this PISA data set and this effort to measure it as the beginning of a new phase. So the report is not, here's the results, have a nice day, let's move on, we did it. The report is, here's the beginning of a new period of exploration of the topic with its meaningful nature, with more results that can come out from the data.
Thank you, Todd. And you already responded to the question of what we should be doing next from the research perspective. There is a lot of value in the data that is still not explored. One of the most interesting things in this project was really reading through the student responses, something that you will not find in the report, but I had the privilege of going through many responses from students in the language that I understand. But I think, by engaging researchers in different countries, we'll find out really more. And there is there are incredible responses. So for example, to the social problem solving subdomain, they have 15-year-olds have incredible ideas about how to solve the problems, and we should one clear message is that we should be listening more to young people. Now let's extend these questions on what to do next. Bill, where do we take it from here? We just don't want some media coverage today. We want this to be a start of some change. So what do you think we should focus on?
I love Todd's journey to the moon and the image that this is us placing a flag on the moon. And I would love us to go out into the galaxy now, because I think the innovative domain here with, for example, collaborative problem solving and now creative thinking has begun to map out the territory of those things that fall through the cauldron that is educational assessment. So much that we care about just percolates through. And in the work that I'm doing with Rethinking Assessment in the UK and with Professor Sandra Milligan's team at the University of Melbourne, we're really looking at how we can use technology, so a digital learner profile. It seems to me that the next stage of this is that we will all have our lifelong URL, and we will decide how we curate it to show the various different things that we can do. It will be strengths-based. You can read what we can't do by omission, and it will be good enough. It won't be always precise, but it will be, when triangulated, it'll give us a really fair picture of what we can do. And I think, so the next stage of this is to put some of these things together, these, what I might call dispositions, capabilities in Australia. And interestingly, all of those high-performing jurisdictions have a competency-based curriculum. That's not an accident. It means that they're framing knowledge as part of a set of other things that really matter. Very similar to the way that the OECD has its Education 2030 strategy. And I think that's not a minor mindset shift. We have to be careful how you say that. We really do need to do that. And I think this test puts us on the cusp of doing that. But I think we need to be a little braver. Interesting, Portugal has a digital learner profile, and they've done really well. in this. They're an outlier that's really super performed here. So I think there's an opportunity to be more holistic and to find out, put the flags on some other planets.
Okay, let's do that. Yeri, from your perspective, what do we do next?
Yeah, in some ways, you guys have already mentioned some of the things that are quite dear to us. One of the things is really actually is how can we bring the voices of those that we want to help change into this mix as we think about not only policy decisions, but design choices that we need to make in school, out of school, for assessments, for practices, etc. So the belief that those that we want to help actually have important perspectives. And in our case, children, but also teachers, policymakers, how do we bring those voices together for designing the how? And secondly, I would say that what is really interesting for us are the sort of the commonalities or the intersection areas that exist. So what are the ways in which we can create practices that are at the intersection of where child and parent might be, or children and teachers might be, school systems and teachers, etc. I think we can do a lot more sort of deep dive on those aspects. And lastly, in terms of assessment, I think we have lived, and hopefully with these sorts of reports and further work to be done beyond the moon, but many other planets, I think this, false notion that assessment is rigid and creativity is free, or that creativity is novel and assessment is standardized, we can actually start to break away from some of those concepts and really think about assessment as one tool, as a feedback mechanism for the different actors that are in this ecosystem. And how can we really use it as a means for enabling true creativity to happen in the form of creating, making, and doing. So we would love for more of this holistic conversation to continue, and thank you for having us here.
Thank you. Thank you. This was a very enjoyable conversation, at least for me. I'm looking at the organizer. Do you think we have time for one question, or any question from the audience? Okay, we should be getting the spirit of creative thinking. You're like, there is no mistake, you can ask. Okay. But if there are no questions, we are just like, I think we are just in time. So I wanted to thank you for all your support, not just today, but on all these years. And we have a very rich agenda moving forward. So I would encourage all of you present today to reach out and to start like thinking on ways we can work together. So thank you very much.
So I can see everyone is eager for a coffee. So 2 quick points of order before we let you out for coffee. If you haven't collected your lunch voucher yet, please make sure that you do so. The colleagues are standing just outside the door to give you one. If you don't have a lunch voucher, you won't get to enjoy our wonderful canteen upstairs. So you'll find those vouchers. If you're here for the 2 days, just collect 2 vouchers, please. And the second is when we reconvene, there will be a group discussion. So please, colleagues who are sitting at the side of the room, please feel free to come up and fill all the tables available. That's really important. So I release you now. Everyone enjoy your coffee just outside the room. Thanks.
I saw some sand. It was really surprising, but great. Actually, the main thing is informal.
Tu vas leur dire de revenir.
Normalement, la fille de sacoche, elle m'a déjà demandé à qui elle devait signer. Ouais.
Ah, il y en a ici.
Sorry for sure, we have a pen, a big board. What is that?
J'essaye, hein? Vas-y, merci. C'est bon, c'est bon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. If you could all take a seat. I hope everyone is now suitably caffeinated after the coffee break and after the excitement of the results this morning. Hi to also those who are joining this broadcast online. This session is on engaging students to develop creativity and creative thinking skills. So we're going to be staying on the topic of creative thinking, but hopefully taking a deeper dive into what it means to be, for educators to encourage students to engage creative thinking. And we touched a little bit on curriculum design and the challenge being in implementation. And hopefully we can take a bit of a deeper dive into what it takes to design good learning experiences for developing creative thinking. My name is Natalie Foster. As Mario said, I work with Mario on developing the innovative domains, and I've had the pleasure of working on creative thinking right from the very beginning and through to writing the report. So this is kind of a full circle moment for me, and it's a very happy day to share the results with everyone and to hear the conversations that are happening. Since we started working on the project, one of the main questions we've been asked is, well, what can teachers do to actually develop their student skill and creative thinking? How do you teach for this? And so hopefully we have two great experts here with us today who can help to shed some light on that. So we're joined by Dr. Carl Wyman, who is an emeritus professor of physics and education at Stanford University, who's been widely recognized for his research both in physics and in university science and engineering education. He directed the science education initiatives at the universities of Colorado and British Columbia, and also served as associate director for science in the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. And he also founded the PhET simulations, which I'm sure many people are familiar with, that are used by hundreds of thousands of students across the world. We also have the pleasure of being joined by Dr. Mickey Chi, who's Regents Professor and Director of the ICAP Center for Teaching and Learning at Arizona State University. Her research is focused on active learning and how students develop expertise. And she's also garnered many honors in the field of psychology and education. You'll forgive me for not going through them all, Mickey. But they've recognized her pioneering research in the learning sciences and the practical application to promote active learning and engage student learning. So thank you both for joining us for this session. Now, before I invite them to impart their wisdom with us, I just want to set the context a little bit for this session by recalling some of the data from the PISA study that I think is particularly relevant. So the first point is that the PISA data show in general, students are curious learners inherently. They like to learn. From Andreas's presentation, you saw that one of the indicators or one of the items from openness to intellect, I enjoy learning new things, was one of the strongest predictors of performance. And across the OECD, over 70% of students reported that they enjoyed learning new things. But what's interesting is when you ask students whether they enjoy learning things in school, less than half of students agreed with that statement. So clearly there's a disconnect between the types of learning that's happening in school and the types of learning that's inherently enjoyable for students and that engages their curiosity in learning. The second point is that the results showed that students whose teachers reported the use of more active pedagogies where they valued students' creativity, they gave them time to come up with different ideas or original ideas, those students performed better in the assessment too. So we have also some evidence that we can contribute to the other evidence that exists that these types of pedagogies actually work in developing these skills. And particularly those students perform better in the more difficult items of the test. And we didn't see any data on this already, but as Todd mentioned, we assessed students in different contexts. And generally, when you look at their performance in different types of tasks, students struggled the most to think creatively in scientific problem-solving contexts. But as Andreas said, the science domains, the STEM disciplines are actually a really fruitful context for engaging students in inquiry, in questioning, in constructing knowledge and learning by doing. And so given the wealth of expertise we have on stage particularly in the STEM disciplines, that's what we're going to focus on today. So without further ado, I'd first like to invite Carl to share your reflections with us on active learning in the STEM disciplines. Thanks, Carl.
Okay, can I have okay, yes. So I'm going to talk about teaching creativity and critical learning in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And first, OECD has identified these two as sort of critical skills that are essential for the 21st century. And their critical thinking and creativity are important really in many aspects of life, but I think they sort of have a special place and a particular challenge in the teaching of STEM, and particularly in engineering and science is what I'll focus on. And so I'll start with just talking about in general what I see these really mean in the STEM context, and then I'll talk about teaching them here. So creativity, as defined by the OECD, slightly abbreviated, is the generation, solution, and improvement of ideas that can result in original and effective solutions or knowledge. Or another simpler way to say this is just creativity is thinking about things differently than the way other people are doing that. Now, in STEM, one distinction from creativity more generally is in STEM, really, to be creative, it's not just different, but it also has to be useful. It's got to help to solve novel problems or provide new insights. And so if you think about the basic expertise in STEM, it's really about solving scientific problems in science and engineering and solving novel problems. And so that sort of inherently means you have to have some level of novel thinking, creativity to do that kind of problem solving. But in STEM in particular, I'd argue that it needs to not just be novel, but it also not just creative, it needs to have critical thinking involved. And the reason I say that is really that in STEM, if you think about what critical thinking really is, it's asking questions and making good decisions as part of the problem-solving process. And so things like recognizing and applying relevant information, avoiding common biases, judging and one's assumptions and quality of information you have, and using logic and reasoning to make these decisions. And so this kind of critical thinking is and it plus knowledge is really essential for the, if you like, the evaluation and improvement aspect of novel ideas in STEM, to really make sure that they're good for doing something. And so, my claim is really you can't have creativity in STEM without having critical thinking, that they really essentially go together, and the combination is really a key part of expertise in the fields. So that's sort of the background. Now I'll talk about how to teach it. And I think before I do, I'll say there's some good OECD reports prior to the one reported today on teaching creativity and critical thinking sort of in general. And they're filled with lots of references and data, and as is the one. And so the work I'm going to talk about today is I'm going to skip over not providing lots of references, just kind of a high level summary. But you'll see considerable overlap with what has been said in those reports and also in some of the earlier comments made today. But I'm going to provide some sort of personal views on the teaching of this and the nature in the STEM context. So how do you actually go about teaching these things? Well, the first and most kind of important principle of this is the idea that people learn the thinking that they practice with some sort of guiding feedback. And so if they want them to learn creativity and critical thinking, they've got to actually be practicing doing that. Now, if you look at most STEM teaching, however, particularly at the higher grades and especially in systems with high stakes examinations, they're really not providing that sort of thinking practice at all, but they're giving knowledge and procedures and practicing, essentially memorizing them and repeating them on the exams and assessments. And so they never really practice these thinking skills, and they're almost never really exposed to them on the assessments and courses. And so to change things, to actually be teaching, particularly starting with critical thinking, you need to have the students learn that by practicing solving authentic STEM problems, and practice critical thinking by making and justifying the essential problem-solving decisions that we've identified. There's a certain set of these decisions involved in STEM problem solving in general. And a number of these you'll see overlap general ideas of critical thinking, but some of them are also quite STEM specific. And so, things like what concepts are relevant, how to decompose the problem into parts, deciding what assumptions and simplifications are appropriate, what information's needed, how good is the information one has and what you can conclude from it, and deciding how good your tentative solutions are, etc. And so these are the things one needs to be having the students practice. Normally having them, the students would then work in small groups in the classroom, take advantage of the benefits of social learning on doing this kind of work on problem tasks. And so, directly practicing and justifying and evaluating these kind of problem-solving decisions in the context. So I'll say I'm giving sort of a high-level overview here. Mickey will talk much more detail about the details of the cognitive processes and students need to have and some of the teacher practices, I think. And just a few other details, the problems that they're solving, they need to be at the right level of challenge for the students. So they're difficult, but not impossible. They build on the students' past knowledge, and the teacher needs to monitor the students' progress and thinking and provide timely, specific feedback to help them improve their thinking. And if you want to make better assessments, you need to have the assessments contain this kind of thinking, the actual making and justifying of relevant problem-solving decisions. So another aspect of the critical thinking in STEM, as mentioned earlier, it really requires some knowledge as well. And we see that although the decisions are the same across many different fields, the knowledge, the information needed to make those decisions is always quite context specific and therefore quite subject specific. And so the students also, as part of the learning, need to be provided with that information, but it's most effective if it's provided as it's needed for use. And this is kind of consistent with the ideas you may be familiar with Brown and Collins of situated cognition, of learning the knowledge as it's used rather than just isolated facts. So, but what do I see as really the most fundamental change in teaching required for this? Well, it's something that Andreas has already mentioned, is that you have to give the students much more agency so they have the opportunity to make decisions, to learn from the mistakes and improve on them. And so this is a way that we've got good data that can teach critical thinking, but it doesn't really teach creativity. Creativity is sort of a separate and in some ways more difficult. It's an inherent challenge in the teaching and creativity in STEM. And the reason I say it's a sort of fundamental challenge is in the teaching of STEM, it's almost always in nearly every conditions, you give the students practice problems and examples to see where they always have a single correct answer. It's like, you know, a good scientist or engineer thinks about how to solve that problem and what the instructor is looking for. And this really establishes the goals for what students are to learn. But if you think about what this is doing in creativity, it's really suppressing creativity because it's encouraging students to think the way other people are already thinking, as opposed to thinking in novel ways on their own. And there's a little bit of room for kind of individuality sometimes in how to justify these problem-solving decisions, but it's really quite limited. And so in practice, really to learn to think creatively, you have to come up with problems that don't have a single right answer, that have actually many possible solutions. And so the students have opportunities to come up with their own novel, creative solutions. And that's just a very hard thing to come up with. There are some examples of people who can do it in teaching STEM, but I know from experience, it's really quite difficult. And it also requires kind of even greater student agency, because the students now not only have control over making decisions and problems, but they also have more control over even defining what this solution would look like. So what's the most practical solution? Well, now I'm getting away from research and just giving my own opinion, but I think it's probably to actually do this in a larger scale. It really requires project-based courses where instead of students having a certain body of knowledge that they're expected to learn, in fact, they're given projects to solve where they actually have some control to choose the problem, and then they work for an extended period of time figuring out their own solution to the problem. And so that gives much our opportunity for creativity. I might say in passing that we have good data showing these kinds of activities are far more engaging for the students, because pretty much anybody can see. Trying to think how to do things on your own is just much more engaging and fun than trying to learn how somebody else is doing things. But this leaves us with kind of an inherent tension in STEM education that I think you can't really avoid, which is the tension between, on the one hand, covering all the topics and material, the knowledge that one considers needed for a proper education in the field of science and engineering, versus providing students with the time, the opportunity for the learners to pursue these kind of projects and open-ended thinking practice and that develop creativity and engagement. And although I recognize it really always is going to have to be some kind of choices and compromise here, my own opinion is that institutions and teachers almost always err on the side of focusing too much on covering all that content, much of what the students won't actually need. And as a result, really sacrificing some of these other important educational value that they could have. So just to finish up here, I'll argue that current teaching is largely about presenting knowledge, and it's not very good at developing critical thinking and creativity. But these new research-based methods that are teaching critical thinking are still not typical, but they are becoming more widely used. And these provide more student agency and practice the desired thinking you want them to acquire in class. But it does require teacher training on how to teach this way. So that's one difference that needed for developing this more. And that teaching creativity, though, is a bigger challenge, and it requires greater student agency, these problems without correct answers, likely more projects for them to do. And this is harder to fit into the conventional curriculum, and assessments, as people have talked about repeatedly, are particularly challenging in this area. And I think to solve this problem, it's going to require even greater sort of institutional change and approach to the curriculum and their educational needs. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Carl. I should have probably said earlier on that the aim of the session is to be a bit more interactive. So we are going to have some opportunity for a Q&A with Carl now. So if anyone has any questions, we have some people who'll be running mics around the room. So just raise your hand and someone will bring a mic to you. And the same with Mickey. And we might even flip the script a little bit later and get you to do be students in this session too. So yeah, we have a question at the back for Carl.
And one over here to us.
I didn't think I need to use a microphone, but thank you very much for the presentation. I'm kind of curious about how your takes on about, you're emphasizing the importance of the, student agency, giving the student agency. I completely agree with it. But at the same time, that we also have to consider that, giving the student agency comes with a risk. Right? The risk is not about on the teacher, but the risk of a student getting the agency. Basically, the student who are lower performing students or lower social economic status, or even the student in a politically disadvantaged class, it would be difficult for them to exercise the agency because it comes with a risk. The risk usually does not apply to the students who have politically advantaged, economically advantaged, and families having a good family. They don't have a risk. So how do you consider, how do you position about those risks when we are trying to push about student agency?
So I think what we've seen is that the way to deal, you have to deal with that as a teacher, but it's really about setting a culture, what the teacher says and has the students do to set a culture within the classroom of this is the appropriate behavior of what you do. You also have to make sure that the kind of activities you have for the students kind of match their background so that even the less prepared ones can get fully engaged in these activities. But mostly the point you're talking about is really setting the classroom culture by just talking about what you're doing, setting clear expectations as a teacher. And I think we have pretty good data showing that if you do that right, you can be quite successful.
Thanks, Carl. Another question, the lady in the black top here. Raise your hand.
Thank you very much. Mo from Brookings Institution. I deeply appreciate the way that OECD defines creativity, the ideas around generation, evaluation, and improvement of ideas. There's a little part of me, though, that's asking this question. It's this tiny little voice that is saying, within the context of scientific endeavor, are there some fields that we perhaps want people to be less creative in? My mind is going to my gynecologist and to the pilot that flew me here. And I'm just wondering whether there's any scope for thinking about whether and the extent to which, creativity in the different ways that we define it might be required when it comes to science.
Yes. So what I would argue is probably certainly what the pilot's doing and probably what your gynecologist is doing is not really, most of the time, is not science. And science is sort of, what scientists and engineers spend their time doing is figuring out new problems that essentially you get a technician to do the routine work. And doctors often are kind of in the middle, frankly, of an awful lot of what they do is very routine, and you want them to follow a very set of procedures. And so it's not very scientific at all. Of course, you also need them to be open enough to recognize when something isn't standard and they need to be creative in solutions. So I think you just need the appropriate balance there. But really, for the vast majority of activities, you want people to be creative. And a lot of times there's small creativity where it's a little, need something done a little different than is kind of standard, but it's not a big difference and it's not so earth-shaking, and we think of that as not terribly creative. And then there's other things that are just much bigger changes that open up completely new insights, and we think of that as very highly creative. And there's kind of room for both in a lot of most science activities, I would say.
And maybe just to add to that, in the context of PISA, so we obviously assessed creative thinking in 4 different domains: 2 are problem solving, 2 are in expression. And the way that we scored was there was a first step in the scoring process to define whether response was appropriate or not. And that threshold was quite low deliberately, but obviously in the problem solving context, what is an appropriate idea? The threshold is probably a little bit higher than in an expressive domain where, frankly, if you made any connection to the stimulus, your idea was appropriate. Whereas in problem solving, the criteria is maybe a little bit strengthened in terms of what is an appropriate idea for this problem.
Yeah, that was my own complaint, actually, is I think in science, there's more need for a detailed evaluation of how good something really is. That's hard to capture.
Any other questions in the room? Okay, we'll go to the gentleman in the jumper, and then the man in the tie, and then the man in the forefront in the tie. Who raised their hand to narrow it?
Professor, hi. Franco Mosso from Enseña Peru. My question was about what you said, that knowledge is required to problem solve. There is an amount of knowledge. No? So it brought me back to, I work in rural areas in Peru, and I was talking to a group of teachers in one of our rural areas, analyzing data of student performance. And essentially what was happening there is 14 and 15-year-olds were essentially performing at the level of first grade elementary school. And they had they knew numbers, they knew addition and subtraction, but that was pretty much it. And this is in the context of an enormously overloaded curriculum. And so my question is, could you expand a bit more on how would you think, where is the threshold of knowledge in contexts like that to unlock creative thinking? I bet that is not additional subtraction. I bet that is a bit more, but how would you, what are the main questions that you will ask yourself to get to that unlocking point, so to speak?
The questions I ask myself is, I look at these specific problem-solving decisions that we've identified, and then I ask, okay, in the context of the problem the students are working on solving, what's the knowledge needed to make those decisions? And so that's relevant to the particular problem context, and of course the problem has to be at a appropriate level of challenge to reflect, you know, for the students, and so, but that's what the way I look at it is, I look and see, okay, to make the appropriate decision in there, you need some amount of knowledge, and so what is that knowledge for the problem you chose to give them?
Maybe just in the interest of time, I'll ask that both questions are asked, and then Carl to respond.
Thank you. Thomas O'Rourke from the Irish Ministry. So 2 questions. One, just picking up on the last discussion, the idea of the knowledge being relevant to the problem-making decision, the problem you're trying to solve. If you don't know what you don't know at the outset, the importance of research in that, could you say a bit more about how research would work in that process? But secondly, looking at that conundrum you identified of HEIs tend to err on the side of excess coverage versus space and time. Could you say a bit more about, in your experience, why that is? I'm thinking of research our National Council for Special Education did on inclusion amongst teacher educators and teachers, who A, agreed it was one of the most important things that needed to be addressed, but B, felt it was the area they were least confident in their own abilities to address. So kind of an analogous situation, perhaps. So on both those questions, I appreciate your views. I'll hand over to my colleague here now.
Thank you. And I'll have the second question.
Okay, so I'll try to answer all the questions.
Give you.
Thank you very much. And it's probably 2 questions in line with the last ones. One is that what you are describing, I think it's from the natural sciences, but to find different solutions, it's very natural in the social sciences. So what can you learn from social sciences into the natural sciences on this particular issue? The other question is about the usability of the results. That's a big and difficult question, because that's a timeline. When will it be usable? For instance, when you have this new vaccine on COVID, it was probably the science was done 40 years ago, and it wasn't used before it suddenly appeared solving a particular solving the COVID crisis and vaccines. So that's a kind of a time limit for the usability aspect of it. Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, the usability doesn't mean that it has to be immediate applications of it. What I merely mean is it has to be appreciated in the context of scientific work, that there's value recognized. And so there, I think it goes 40 years ago, people studying that understood. Now, let's see, I have trouble remembering all the different questions. What was the first one you asked? It's about, oh, the social sciences. So my own opinion is that it applies almost certainly very directly to the social sciences, but we don't have the data on that. We don't have the data on teaching in this way to make those claims like we can for sciences. And yeah, and I forget the other questions too. Oh yeah. So, you know, I've worked a lot with university departments and faculty, and this coverage is always a struggle. We talk about sort of tyranny of content, and that you know, it's really just kind of a cultural value system of, oh, I need to cover all this material, and with no real rational reason. I think my own explanation is that in science and engineering, there's always new knowledge coming along. And so the faculty think, well, I got to make sure that students learn everything I learned when I was a student, because obviously that's vital. But then they've got to learn all this new stuff too that's come along since I was in school. And so they just think, okay, I got to cram more and more in, even though it makes very little sense. Okay.
Thanks so much, Carl. Thank you all for your questions too. I'm glad the coffee break helped to inspire people's confidence to ask questions. So now we'll turn to Mickey for your keynote presentation on the more practical side of how teachers actually design more active learning experiences.
Okay, I tend to talk fast, but anyway, we'll see. So what I'm going to talk about today is a theory of how students engage to learn called ICAP that can be translated into pedagogy. So people use the term engage a lot in that way, in that general way, just say engage, and it means involved in or interact with. But one really needs to specify with who you engage with or with what you engage with, and more importantly, how you interact with whoever you're engaging with. So suppose students are engaged in schools. Now you're specifying what the X is, schools. And then you can, once you say that, you can specify the interactions. What does it mean to be engaged with schools? So things like you attend classes or you turn in homework. So that could be quantified. So how much are you engaging? So ICAP focuses on students engaging with instruction. And by instruction, we mean the instructional materials, the format of the delivery, and the instructional activities. So they're all the above. But it's not clear how exactly, what are all the ways in which students can in fact interact with instruction. So the traditional gold standard of engagement with instruction considers only a very single binary kind of interaction called paying attention, right? Or not. So you're either paying attention, you're on task and engaged, or you're not, which is you're disengaged and distracted. So students are typically expected to pay attention when teachers teach by telling, which is about 50 to 68% of the college classroom proportion. So as this cartoon says, Einstein, stop fooling around and pay attention. That's what we all think about when we lecture or explain. We expect students to pay attention. So when students only pay attention, we call that passive learning. That's when instructors lecture. But however, students turns out to learn significantly more when instructors teach in other ways, and that's called active learning. And then the difference is quite significant, and there's a very well-known meta-analysis by Freeman that talks about that. And he analyzed 225 college STEM courses, and active learning classes clearly outperform non-lecture classes. So then this suggests the fact that if teachers teach in different ways and students learn a lot better, this clearly suggests that students must be interacting with instruction in many other ways that we're not aware of, we don't know about, other than paying attention. So what are these other ways that students can interact with instruction? So to answer this question, we need to first consider how students learn, or the basic idea first, what is learning? So the way I conceive of learning is that learning is making changes to one's initial knowledge or mental model or understanding. So the person on the left is a student with an initial mental model that doesn't look anything like the expert mental model about the circulatory system on the right. So in learning, the student is continuously trying to fit incoming new information into her existing knowledge or mental model, requiring various cognitive processes, such as activating, changing, connecting, comparing, inferring, classifying, rearranging, all kinds of processes that we can't really isolate because, or see because it's covert. So they do undergo all these processes to eventually approximate the expert's correct or complete mental model. So as you can see, so suppose the teacher explains in the lungs, carbon dioxide leaves the circulating blood and oxygen enters it. It could be a sentence you read from text. That sentence is actually very difficult for students to integrate because the student's initial model doesn't even have lungs in the circulatory system. So therefore, learning, students must constantly change their incorporate new information, and that also explains why it takes time, which I'll address a little bit later. Teaching, however, is typically instructor explaining his expert mental model, and rather than helping student change her initial mental model. So there's a disconnect between teaching and learning. So to identify how else students can interact with instruction, besides paying attention, ICAP makes three critical assumptions. The assumption is that we can define and in fact roughly discriminate 4 sets or incremental stages of internal covert learning processes. And that there's also 4 modes of student external overt engagement behaviors or physical interactions that we can also identify, discriminate. And it's defined by 2 critical external criteria that we can define. And that the 4 stages of covert learning processes correspond more or less to we can say they correspond to the 4 modes of overt behavior. So in fact, I'm just making the correspondings. So the goal of these assumptions is to find an external proxy for internal learning processes that we can't see. So the instructors can use these external criteria to design the active learning classrooms, including activities and everything. So I'm going to show you now the 4 assumptions. First, the content processes that I can segregate into 4 sets. The 4 distinct sets of covert processes starts with students encode new information. That is, they store new information that's coming in. P stands for prior knowledge, N stands for new knowledge. The second set is activating selected parts of prior knowledge. So you can think about some knowledge and you can activate it. So it's just, well, it gets activated. The third thing is you can make inferences where you connect some pieces of knowledge or rearrange some knowledge. So that's the infer stage. And finally, you can work with a partner. And so the advantage working with partners is that peer 1 on the left can make an inference X, and then he can articulate that X, so you're collaborating. And then peer 2 can encode that X, and peer 2 makes the inference of Y. Okay, the advantage of this is that peer 2 could not have made inference Y without peer 1 making the inference X. You'll see later, I'll refer to this, how important that is. Okay, I call that co-inference. Okay, so that's 4 stages. Now, what are the 4 distinct modes of overt behaviors that can be discriminated and characterized by 2 concrete visible criteria? The first criterion is the nature of the overt physical interaction with instruction. This criterion is a little bit more relevant for K-12. The second criterion is the content of the externalized output produced, if any. This criterion is more relevant for college sort of activities. So the first criterion are things like paying attention, manipulating instructional materials, generating new knowledge, or co-generating. And the second criterion is whether you produce any output, whether the outputs are part of the inputs, whether the outputs go beyond the inputs, and whether the outputs go beyond your own inputs and your partner's input. So now let's put all this together. I'm going to illustrate it. Okay, so I'll give you some examples. So encode internal process correspond to the behavior of paying attention, which is what I said, but produces no output. Okay, so what are examples? You can listen to a lecture or explanation, you produce no output. You can look up or read some handout, you produce no output. You can watch a video on the screen, you produce no output. So this is encoding stage or the stage of paying attention. The second level is you go activating process correspond to the behavior manipulating the given instructional materials and with outputs that produce, which is part of the original input. So you produce no new output, you simply manipulate the input you were given. So example is you're highlighting sentence or you clip and highlight the sentences. The sentences you highlight is part of the instructional material. There's nothing new. Or you copy notes. So the notes is identical to what was presented. Or you do a lot of measurement in the lab where the equipment and the liquids are all provided. So in all these cases, you're not producing any new information. You're simply activating, by doing this thing, you're activating some knowledge. And you're selecting and activating. So the third Infer processes correspond to the behavior of generating some knowledge, right? So the output produced, which I italicized below, contain knowledge beyond information provided in the instructional information. So for example, if you drew a link or one link or an entire concept map, clearly the link and the concept maps were not, let's assume were not instruction material. Or you can take notes in your own words. You can take a single note, or you can take a page of cumulative notes, and or you can explain the reason. So you're generating knowledge beyond what was given. Finally, we talked about the importance of co-inferring, which corresponds to the behavior of what I call reciprocally co-generating with a peer. In that, as I illustrated, each partner's outputs are beyond the instruction and beyond the partner's outputs, and beyond your own outputs and partner's outputs. So we're thinking that perhaps debating with each other is like that, co-editing together is like that, and exchanging ideas. It's not guaranteed unless you analyze the actual output. So this is just a summary table. So we added labels. So interactive is simply co-generative and extends beyond instruction, and it's co-infer. Constructive is simply generative, you only extend beyond instruction, not beyond the partners, or you're inferring. Active is you manipulate, and passive is you just pay attention but no output. So those, we're going to start using those new labels. Okay, the 4 stages of learning processes from encoding to infer are incrementally more complicated, and therefore leading to the ICAP hypothesis about the decrease in learning from the interactive mode to the inferring mode to the activating mode to the encoding mode. Okay, we call this the ICAP. And so the ICAP hypothesis. The ICAP hypothesis are supported by hundreds of studies that's already out in the literature, published before ICAP came along. So the way this you can show that these already published studies support ICAP is by reinterpreting the manipulations in the study into an ICAP mode. So let me give you 3 examples. So here's a study published by Okada and Herb Simon, where when you solve a discovery task by exchanging justification and explanation with a peer, that is you perform much better than solving discovery tasks individually. Well, according to ICAP, that's because I is better than C. Similarly, if you add information on a partial concept map and compare that reading, which is a lot better than reading a map, taking verbatim notes, again, that can be explained by C is better than A, constructive is better than A. Finally, if you take notes while watching video lecture, that's better than watching video lecture only without taking notes. Well, that's taking notes could be A or C, depends on what kind of notes you take, and then that's better than passive. So there's many, many, many studies of this nature where I can impose the ICAP mode on them and make a generalized interpretation for all the studies, rather than specific interpretation. Results of these studies that they would say things like, oh, adding information on map is a good thing to do for students, rather than just a generative task is a good thing for these students. Okay, now I'm going to give some caution to the interactive mode. And I'm going to go on the left column first. Interactive collaborative mode is rarely reciprocally co-generative the way we defined it. And we can use ICAP mode to code the mode of each contribution in an utterance, in a dialogue utterance. Such coding shows that collaborative dialogues are rarely co-generative. It's much less than 20%. This is why the evidence in collaboration is not consistent. Sometimes collaborative learning is good, sometimes it's not. That's because it depends on the kind of dialogue pattern students engage in. So on the left, it shows the common non-generative, co-generative dialogue patterns. Typically, one partner dominates, you can do divide and conquer, you can work in parallel, or the partners could interact, but then they don't interact in a co-generative way. They could be, one could be active, the other active, passive, active. They could even both be constructive and work in parallel. That's probably pretty close to co-generative, but not necessarily. Therefore, learning small groups or dyads is not always better than constructive. It's almost always better than passive, almost better than active or equal to active, but it could actually be worse than constructive, depends on how they do it. So here's where the creativity of my part of the talk comes in just a little bit. So when you have co-generative dialogue, reciprocally co-generative dialogue, each person is generating beyond the other person's inference, not beyond the other person's knowledge. So you could have two people with identical knowledge, and yet they can come up with something creative because you could be generating inference that I didn't think about, but I can build on your inference. And therefore, you could create a product that neither person or outcome that neither person could have generated alone. Okay, let's practice applying theory into practice. So this is a very famous result back in 1982 by Noreen Webb. Which peer learns more, the one giving explanation or the one receiving explanations? Who says receiving explanations? Who says giving explanations? Right. So the one, that's what the results show. And it wasn't, it was a very puzzling result that the one who's giving explanation actually learned more. Because paying attention and collaborating modes of behavior that's easy for instructors to detect and discriminate, the critical difference for instructors to learn to discriminate is between manipulating and generating. They're both active learning modes. So why do we want to discriminate those two things particularly so that instructors can focus on improving those, upgrading instruction? For three reasons. First, both K-12 teachers and college instructors tend to use more active instruction and far less constructive. And I'll have two pieces of data to show you later. The second is that there's actually a greater gap in the learning outcome between the active and the constructive modes. So on the right is results from our own lab where we manipulated whether engineering students, whether they read a passage, which is passive, they read a passage and underlined it, which is active, they explain a graph or explain it with a peer. So we manipulate these four things. And what you'll see is that the biggest gap of pretest, post-test, pretest is blue, post-test is red. Pretest, post-test are all significant. But what is more significant is the difference in the post-test between the active and the constructive mode with less percentage gain between the other modes. Anyway, so there's a sharp, much more of an increase, significant increase between active and constructive, and that's really what we want to focus on. Also, the active and passive modes, the active and passive mode leads to shallower understanding, whereas the constructive and potential interactive mode leads to much deeper learning, which I think about is more like critical thinking. You can think more deeply. And the evidence comes from the fact that if you're constructive, you're much more able to answer correctly difficult questions. Okay, so to achieve active learning, instructors tend to know to avoid passive by including active participation kind of activities and interactive collaborative activities. That's how active classrooms are designed right now. But A elicits shallow understanding and I is unreliable. So the overlooked and easily implemented sweet spot mode is the constructive one. So that's what we really want instructors to focus on. So clarification, many activities designed by STEM instructors for students are constructive and effective for learning, but they tend to be complicated and lengthy for instructors to design and time-consuming for students to undertake. So a lot of problem-based learning are like that. They're great, but they're very time-consuming. So in contrast, ICAP promotes simple upgrading to constructive mode for all phases of learning, not just have students execute complex, standalone, lengthy activities. So that's the difference of what we're promoting. So now I'm going to show you three examples, more than three, 5 examples of how to apply ICAP in 3 different phases of learning, the 3 different phases of presentation phase, homework task, and in-class activities. So the first example, in the presentation phase, how to improve lecturing while students listen or watch a video. So one simple thing to do is simply pause frequently because as we said in learning, it takes student time to integrate new information and repair their mental model. And that while you pause, you can elicit generative responses from students. And this is, I just generate these ideas. I'm sure they're out there. So you can ask students to reflect ask students to find errors in a solution that you put on the board that has an error, ask them to explain, ask them to write down things, and so on and so on. However, more importantly, you want to ask students a question, but the question, how do you ask them a question? So the issue is not to ask student a good question. What we want to do is ask student a constructive question. That's a difference. So how do we ask students a constructive question? Well, it turns out you can use ICAP second criterion again to actually code questions based on what you expect the student's response to be. So for example, a passive question that is more prevalent in K-12 require no responses from students. The teacher might say, what's the key to survival in the wild? It's hidden within the strategy predator-prey, right? So teachers in K-12 tend to ask this kind of question. Active is to ask people to recall information that was previously taught, so it was already presented. However, what we want to do is look at constructive question, which asks students to generate responses going beyond the presented material. Same definition, such as provide an example illustrating how both predators and prey adapt to maintain ecological balance. And finally, you can have ask in your class interactive questions. That is, ask one student to respond to another student's comment. So it's very easy now to think about questions and whether they're a constructive question or not a constructive question. I believe one of the activities on the table has other questions for you to think about. Okay, I want to contrast the approach to improving lecture versus other recommendations. Our approach. So the approach to improve lectures out there is to basically improve your content, clarity, organization, synthesis, and so on. The format of the content and adding visual, adding animation, adding graphs, adding subheadings, whatever. And the presentation style. So there's talks, the ideas about use storytelling or talk and talk out loud as you solve problems so students can see your thought processes. All these recommendations, students remain passive, right? So the difference in the way ICAP approach is that we're just saying that what you should do to change your lecture is elicit constructive responses from the student. You don't need to change your lecture at all. You just need this. You just add this opportunity to elicit constructive response by inserting pauses. Now, one other thing to note: feedback is actually not necessary to students' generative responses. It turns out that, yes, sometimes you can generate incorrect responses. If you simply ask them to generate responses, whether or not they have some errors in them, that's still better than not asking them to generate responses. However, it may be the case that adding feedback would make it even better. I don't have any evidence for that directly. I haven't found any, but I don't have any. So now let's look at the design of homework phase. A key component of exercise or activities that instructors design is what I call instructional directives or commands, what the students need to do in the activity, right? So these commands turns out to contain verbs. So come up with a rationale, delete the irrelevant information, or comment on the reasons given. Okay, so these commands and the exercises tends to have a verb. Turns out, again, as in the case of classifying questions, we can use ICAP mode to classify these verbs. And that's relatively easy as well. So, so by using the second criterion, whether the expected outcome goes beyond the instructional material or not, you can classify verb as either active or constructive. And there's an example in on your worksheet. So here's some examples we can show right now. You can have passive verbs, and it would say things like, listen to me, look at the blackboard, go through it, review, da-da-da. You can have active verbs such as describe the diagram. So you're not adding anything, just describing it. Sort this thing into piles. Follow the example, match the similar ones. You can have constructive verbs, things like explain, da-da-da, make up something, imagine and draw and justify. And then, of course, you could have interactive verbs like exchange, debate, so on. Okay, what I want you to notice is the numbers in the parentheses. The number in the parentheses are actual mode of the verbs and the exercises in a study we ran with K-12 teachers. Now, this is many years ago. We did teach them about ICAP, but our PD wasn't very good. But you can see even after we taught them, they still predominantly use active verbs. This is K-12. And the number of active verbs they use is twice as much as constructive verbs. Okay. Applying tips again. Which column verse is more generative and which one is more active? So let's go to the first one. If you have a column verbs like choose, copy, click, follow, fill in, who says that one is active? Very few. Okay, now go to the second column. If you have a column on comments on, compare, contrast, come up with, determine, decide, who says that's constructive? Right, that column is, it's easy to decide that's constructive. So let's take compare or contrast. When you do compare and contrast, what you're doing is asking the students to come up with similarities and differences, right? Similarity and differences were not presented. That's why you're doing compare and contrast. So that's clearly constructive. So you just need to use the second criterion of deciding what is expected. Some verbs, however, you do need to consider other factors like the noun phrase after the context or prior knowledge a little bit. So it's not clear for all verbs, obviously. So for example, if you say connect the dots, that's active. If you say connect the two ideas, that's probably constructive. Illustrate, you can illustrate the wing shapes, that's probably active. Illustrate the source of the problem, that's probably constructive. So on, you get the idea. Okay. I'm going to show you two actual instructors examples from ASU, and we did not give these instructors feedback, but just to show you how easy it is to upgrade the activities. The first one comes from a geology professor. He's only read my paper. We didn't give him any PD. And in 2018, the thing on the left is the exercise he gave students, and it's called the match the rock type to the sedimentary deposit. Okay, and then in 2019, after he read our paper, he changed it to identify, predict, and interpret. So identify is probably more like the active verb. I would say that's an active verb, but predict and interpret is constructive. A lot of people ask me questions whether you should do an active for something active first and then generative. And that may be true because you want to activate your memory and then you want to make inferences. But we didn't really test those sequencing kind of modes yet. But there's a little bit data outside that addresses sequencing. Okay, here's another example. Wait. Here's another example. This instructor just took our PD. We just tried a new PD, and she just made all these changes herself. So the black words, the black bolder words is original verbs like determine, which part, and so on. The right word, the red is this new stuff she just added it. So I'm just indicating it's quite easy. Okay, now I'm going to give you an example for the in-class activities phase. Understanding an ICAP can prevent adverse changes to in-class activities. So a very popular in-class activities is use of clickers, right? And the clickers has 4 phases. The first phase is you choose an answer, and then you see the bar, and then you discuss it with a peer, and then you choose your answer again. But most instructors eliminate the discussion part. But then they really reduce the effectiveness of this clicker because one of the most important part of this usage is the discussion. So if you understood ICAP, you would say, well, I wouldn't want to eliminate that part. And here's another example of chemistry professor, 6 online chemistry professors lesson plan. So one of the graduate students took the look at the lesson plan and actually counted how many minutes of the activity for the whole class semester is active, how many minutes passive and constructive and generative, so on. So you can see of the minutes, 87% of the time was spent on shallow ways of learning, active and passive. So this is actual online courses. So this is, I'm not going to give you any more example, but translating ICAP into practice by offering PD training. And I want to indicate that our PD approach is very different from standard PD approach. The standard PD trains instructors on specific skills, how to use some specific technology, tools, and so on, or some problem-solving processes, or how to use some specific strategies, or more content knowledge and more pedagogical content knowledge. Okay, those are all very typical type of thing PDs teach. Our goal is quite different. Our goal is to help instructors understand ICAP so that their understanding give them agency to design their own upgrades as they wish and practices. It gives them an opportunity, knowledge to evaluate. They can evaluate tools and lesson plans and strategies out there for adoption. And they can create assessment questions that elicit constructive activities. So researchers and practitioners out there are adapting ICAP in very creative new ways. And I only know about it if they send me a paper. So if you do it, send me a paper. So besides using teaching active learning, I'll just summarize, I'll just say three. A lot of them, I haven't read the papers in detail. One is training football coaches. This is a graduate student who finished a thesis in Australia. So it turns out football coaches, the way they train their people is typically they go look for videos, which kind of video is the best, and they show it to them, and they get feedback to the video. Well, now he's telling them, well, you should talk to the players themselves and find out what they do. And anyway, so it's not just looking at video. The second one is public civic participation engagement. This is about a local climate change in Israel. And whenever people talk about civic engagement, they really look at the measure of attending as a form of success. That is, how many people did we draw to come to this climate change conference? And that's clearly only a passive engagement. So you want to do something much more than just having attendance. Another one is really cover is curriculum design and scheduling course offering in medical school. So it turns out pharmacology courses are usually taught separate from other basic science courses in medical schools. And this person looked at 10 medical schools, and they found that if a pharmacology course is taught along with foundational courses, then the teachers tend to be much more constructive in their teaching. I thought that was really clever. And it's just interesting. Okay, so just in summary, ICAP can provide guidelines for pedagogy based on how students engage to learn. The theory is evidence-based, parsimonious, with concrete operational definitions that is prescriptive. That part is really important. It's generalizable across domains, activities, K-12 to college, all phases and formats of learning, online, in-person, and hybrid. The hypothesis is predictive of large amounts of findings already in the literature, not only for teaching and learning, but for many other performances, such as finding an item in large space. For example, if you have to find something in a large space, do you explain to yourself, explain how you're going to do it? That would improve your performance. Or things like parent-child reading. When a parent reads to a child, if the parent asks a child questions, then they learn a lot better. So a lot of other contexts. And it can enhance deeper understanding, thus benefit STEM learning in particular. And the taxonomy provides coding criteria for various purposes in other contexts, like how to ask questions that we did, how to design activities, how to evaluate technology tools. You can look at these new technology tools for education and look at how many of those responses you make are active versus constructive, and we've done that. Contributions in dialogue, how to evaluate dialogue patterns. It can be extended and applied in other contexts, such as there's already a theory of off-task behavior, that is disengagement. They extended ICAP theory to a theory of disengagement. And things like I already mentioned, civic participation, football training, and museum visits, and use of technical apps. And also it prescribes how students should collaborate in a way with the potential to be creative. And we're also developing a mini training lesson to teach students, college students, how to collaborate in this way.
Thank you so much, Mickey. Take a breath.
I was just going to say, the theory was supported by evidence and translate to practice. And the practice provides a lot of more evidence for us to clarify our theory and how to further design practice.
Thanks, Mickey. Okay, so we have 5 minutes left of the session for any Q&A. Okay, one question over here. So we can transition from passive learners to interactive mode.
That's great.
Thank you so much. I'm Cindy Boortman, University of Twente. That was really insightful. And I wish at every conference where we talk about education, there would be a keynote about how students actually learn. I was wondering, I can imagine teachers saying that teaching in this way takes a lot more time. And at the same time, students and teachers assuming or saying it would take also a lot more psychological energy. And thinking about what was said this morning about overcrowded curricula, what do you think about this balance? And what would you say to teachers and maybe even students who sometimes say, especially at the end of the day, you know, sitting back and listening is also nice for a change?
Well, what students they love just sitting back listening. Dolores, however his name, he actually has this beautiful data of looking at what students prefer, just sitting listening or whatever. They prefer sitting listening. They think they learn the most, but in actuality, they don't learn very much. So you're basically raising the same question about coverage, less is more. So we have other data and other with respect to other research, which actually shows that students who cover less but more deeply actually learn more. Even though, so we counted the number of concepts they cover in this one condition, which is fewer concepts covered than another condition, and they actually learn less. And the analogy I give is it's like if you want to have a healthy life, you have to spend time exercising. So exercising takes time, but the result is you have a healthier life. And in this case, you have deeper understanding.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Any other? Yes, one more question over here.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Mickey. I'm just kind of interested, I'm thinking of the subtitle of the conference, Evidence, Innovation and Creative Thinking in Education. Are you aware of ICAP helping to inform how teachers learn, particularly teachers and leaders learning through the use of research evidence? No.
I'm not aware of anything specific. No, there's a very big and broad effort, I think, in Germany. Oh, there's a big effort in Germany where the teachers are actually taught about ICAP. But usually people don't tell me about these efforts, so I don't really know about them very easily. Once in a while I'll get an email, but unless something is published, I have no access to it.
Okay. I'm just struck by the powerful potential commonalities between the kind of ICAP processes that students go through and the kind of ICAP process that teachers and leaders might go through using evidence.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Well, I have a question that I'll generate while we're waiting for the next question. So one important question is, what if students don't comply, right? That's definitely the case. If you ask them to do generative, they might not generative. Okay, what we found, what our evidence shows is that if you ask students to be generative, 42% of the time they'll give you a generative response. But if you don't ask them to generative, you just ask them to be active, only 7% of responses are generative. So even though they don't, you clearly don't get full participation, compliance, but still eliciting it is more likely to act. They're more likely to generate something if you elicit it. Okay. Question?
I have maybe a question that builds on what you just said. Do you have any evidence for, I mean, you mentioned that there are different types of activities, and sometimes it might be easier to start with an active question and then go to constructive. Do you have any evidence of like that whether constructive activities are appropriate for all ability levels or all age groups, or do you advocate for different types of activities for different types of students, or do you have any reflections on that question?
Look at student specific thing, but I should clarify, when I say something is generative, I mean all you need to do is generate a little piece of knowledge beyond what you were given, because the generation is a reflection of what changes you're trying to make to your mental model. So you could just generate a little piece of knowledge, but the accumulation is the continuity of it, the accumulation of it is that you're constantly changing your mental model and revising it and making it better.
Okay, one final question and then we'll close up for lunch. Can we have a mic?
Thank you for both presentations. Actually, they're really, really fascinating. What strikes me, though, is about both in the curriculum overload issue, the emphasis on knowledge, and the change in the form of teaching and learning that you're speaking about. How does that square with summative assessment that's used at the end of schooling and accreditation type assessments? Because those types of assessment, be they the A level, the Leaving Certificate in Ireland, the baccalaureate or whatever, they do tend to emphasize and reward the knowledge reproduction rather than the types of skills that you're both talking about. And is there any way, or have you come across any evidence that would help us to change those forms of assessment to encourage both the forms of teaching and the forms of critical thinking that you're talking about?
That's absolutely true. In fact, when we actually run studies, we can't just use the assessment that's provided in a textbook or something, because they're just too shallow. And so because we want to show it can encourage deep thinking, deep understanding, more like critical thinking, we always have to add our own assessment in addition to get an effect. Because you're absolutely right, the assessment items are just, a lot of it is just recall, which is more active.
But then what do we do? Because in educational systems, we're stuck with the need for some form of summative assessment, be it at the end of a university program or the end of upper secondary education. Where is research? What is research telling us about what we could do to change those?
Carl, go ahead.
I don't know, but he probably knows.
So actually, I think a place to look is an another OECD book on assessing 21st century skills, where we wrote a chapter for it. But Mari, you led that, right? So, and Natalie both. So, don't you think that's actually a reasonable start for answering that question?
Yeah, I'll do some self promo. So we having gone through the process of developing innovative assessments in PISA, we feel like we've learned a lot in the process, and also the fact that assessments are not, current assessments are not adequate for trying to measure or support the development of these skills. And if we want to be more serious about supporting the development of skills, we have to be able to measure them, right? Because it's a circle. So we had, Mary and myself, we have written a book called Innovating Assessments to measure and support complex skills, with some great contributions from other very distinguished researchers. So yeah, check it out. And on that note, let's have a final round of applause for Mickey and for Carl. Thank you very much. Now it's lunchtime. I'll pass over to Sasha to give you the most important instructions of the day.
Thanks, Natalie. And I'm sorry, Mickey, I will only use action words here. We will now, if you please, take a group photo. We only have 5 minutes to take it, so we're under a lot of pressure from our colleagues in the conference center who are very strict about these things. We'll actually do it outside on the long stairwell next to the escalators as you go up. So if everyone just stands on the stairs looking down, we'll do that, and just in the next 2 minutes. So if you can please head out there now. If anyone hasn't collected a lunch voucher afterwards, please do that. And then lunch will be in the canteen, which is just up the top of the escalator on the first floor. Thanks.
When you come. I'm going to start up here. Yeah. Is this on? It's on. Hi. Welcome back, everybody. If you could all take your seats. I'll give you a couple of minutes, well, a few seconds to sit down. So, welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. We talked this morning about student learning. We talked about teacher practices. So now we're going to talk about teacher learning. My name is Cassie Haig, and I'm really delighted to be moderating this session on putting creativity and research at the heart of teacher learning. This morning, we heard that 60 to 70% of students reported that their teachers value their creativity and encourage them to come up with original ideas, and that that's associated with slightly better performance in creative thinking. That seems to me to be quite a positive finding. But we also heard that more needs to be done to support teachers and schools to foster student creative thinking. And we really saw an illustration of that. I've been talking to people around what they found kind of most surprising and interesting, and several people have mentioned that high level of variability in creative thinking, both across schools and within schools. We know from an earlier system level questionnaire of PISA jurisdictions that one of the major barriers and challenges of implementing creative thinking in the curriculum is a lack of professional learning for teachers. So I work here at the OECD, and we work on a project that works with educators, including teacher educators, to develop and trial practical resources to support teachers to foster and to assess creativity.
and critical thinking, in fact. And as part of that work, we recently produced a draft professional learning framework. And that's kind of full of really practical activities to support teachers to reflect on what it might mean to integrate more creative thinking for students into their practice. And that involves them evaluating and adapting some of the resources that we've produced as part of the project and designing their own resources. And I say that it's a draft professional learning framework because we really hope that people will try out some of those activities and give us feedback on how they could be improved, what resources and materials might support them. And then we would go on to a stage of actually piloting the professional learning framework. I tell you all of that really just as a pretext to explain to you why I'm so delighted to be here with these two great panelists to talk about the importance of understanding the evidence about effective professional learning and perhaps getting some insights into how professional learning might help bridge some of those gaps that we heard about this morning between and within schools. So let me introduce our speakers. Maria Heiler is the director of the Learning Policy Institute's Washington, D.C. office and senior researcher in educator quality. She directs the Educator Preparation Laboratory, which is a center on teacher and leader preparation, working for deeper learning and equity and to transform educator preparation through the alignment of research, practice, and policy, which is very much what this conference is about. So we're delighted to have you with us, Maria. And Mikito Yurita is a professor at the National Institution for School Teachers and Staff Development in Japan. He's also on the board of directors of the Japanese Society for the Study of Teacher Education, where he's also the chief editor of its journal. So you're both very welcome today. In terms of how the session will run, each speaker is going to speak for about 15 minutes, and then we'll have 5 minutes of Q&A for each speaker. So do think about your questions. After we've had presentations from both the speakers and the question and answer session, there'll be some time for you to have some small group discussions on your tables. And I will come back and give you some questions to guide those discussions. But just to set that up at the top of the session, I think it would be really nice if we could reflect on a question that I think my colleagues are going to put up behind me. Can you recall yourself a learning experience that resulted in creative thinking or helped you to transform research into policy and practice? So if you kind of have that thought, that question in the back of your mind as you hear the presentations, we'll come back and we'll talk about what might have supported that process after the sessions. I think that is all that I wanted to say. So all that remains is for me to pass on the stage to Maria. Maria.
Good afternoon. It's so good to be here. We have the after lunch slump, so hopefully you'll be able to have some learning. And I just wanted to say that it was really invigorating to hear the talks this morning. I'm so excited to make some connections. And so I'm going to ask you to be active learners. And as you listen to what I have to share today, that you think about the threads that connect from this morning's content to this afternoon. So I'm coming to you with the perspective of thinking about the types of teachers that we need, given all of the things we talked about this morning, because it's quite a lift if you think about all of the types of learning, the types of curriculum, types of pedagogies that are needed to engage students in creative and critical thinking. So if we're thinking about effective teachers, they must be able to teach more sophisticated thinking and performance skills at this time to more diverse students with a greater range of needs. And I would also say strengths and assets. and all the while redesigning schools to meet 21st century demands. And we think about this, one of the statistics I like to quote from University of California, Berkeley's scholars is that there was more information created between 1999 and 2002 than in the history of the entire world. And knowledge is doubling each year right now. So when we think about our students and the teachers that are teaching them, we have to be able to have teachers teach students who are going to encounter knowledge that has not yet been discovered, engage in technology that hasn't yet been created, and solve problems that we have not yet been able to solve. So when we think about the complexity of teaching and learning, the more complex the practice, the greater the expectations for effectiveness and the more professional knowledge and skill are needed. So we have great demands on our teachers, and yet our teacher preparation and professional development has not changed significantly over time. So I'm going to just bring in two frameworks to consider, for you to consider over the next few minutes. The first is the science of learning and development, and the second is effective teacher professional development. And I'd like you to think about the ties between the two. So when we think about the science of learning and development, we know that there are particular, over the last several decades, there have been particular disciplines focused on learning. So you have your neuroscience, you have your psychology, of cultural foundations of learning, social sciences. But within the last decade or so, folks have gotten together and really thought about the convergence of the science of learning and development and what does that mean for schools and transforming education. So some of the major learnings we have from the science of learning and development that really help us think about how we create learning environments for students is that the brain and development of intelligence and capacities are malleable across the entire lifespan. So as we sit here, we're continuing to learn, and our intelligence and our capacities are expanding. If there's some neurological things, they can also shrink depending on what's going on in the brain. Our human capacities grow across the developmental spectrum, physical, cognitive, affective, and interactive ways. And so what that means is that the domains influence what happens in each other. So the emotions have physical consequences that can trigger or block learning. So thinking about the cortisol versus the oxytocin and how brain chemistry actually can help to create greater learning, or if there's been trauma, that can actually inhibit. It's almost impossible for students to learn when they're experiencing trauma and they're focused on outside factors in schools, outside factors. So the brain develops as a function of relationships and experiences that activate neural pathways, which permit new kinds of thinking, and the kinds of experiences matter greatly. So if we think about teachers who are really focused on the student experience and focused on creating authentic relationships and see students as learners and capable, that's going to be a different experience than a teacher who is coming in and teaching a subject matter and not really paying attention to the students and who they are. And that ties into learning relying both on emotional safety and connections across neurons and with experiences and cultural contexts. And we know, of course, that variability is not the norm, variability is the norm and not the exception. And I think oftentimes when we engage learners, smart equals fast. And we have to be careful about that, because just because a student gets something quickly doesn't mean that they've gotten it deeply. And so we have to think about variability in terms of time, experience, and also depth. So just a few of the major learnings from, excuse me, the science of learning and development. Then in 2019, a group of like-minded organizations, the Science of Learning and Development Alliance, took what was known from the science of learning and development and created a set of design principles, the whole child design principles that rely on the science of learning and development to think about how do we create learning environments that help students thrive. So really thinking about what we know about learning, what we know about development, what do school and classroom environments need to look like? So the 5 are here: positive developmental relationships. And when we say design, so what types of structures can support that? Looping of classrooms, the advisory system being known by at least one adult in the school, really focusing in on the relationships between teachers and students as well. Environments filled with safety and belonging. And all of these principles are iterative and they interact with one another. So even while I'm talking about them in a very discrete way, they overlap. So environments filled with safety and belonging, a child who feels affirmed in his or her identities or their identities, really have the opportunity to learn more deeply than a student that is made to feel like they are less than or unable to learn. So really focusing on identity safe spaces is important for whole child design principles, rich learning experiences and knowledge development. So some of the project-based learning that was mentioned earlier, which there is a body of research that says project-based learning does help students to learn more deeply and also helps to transfer knowledge. When you engage in project-based learning, it's you have the ability to transfer that knowledge to unique and novel situations. The development of skills, habits, and mindsets. Those are the ability to analyze, reflect, to engage cognitively, and the ways in which schools can help students engage in that work. And then finally, integrated support systems. We can think about the types of supports around physical, emotional, mental, and cognitive support systems that work together in the academic and community together. So community schools are ways in which we really see integrated support systems show up in effective ways. So we're talking about, if you think about this environment and what that looks like, and thinking about the strands of creativity which are within them, we asked ourselves, well, if this is the type of environment we want, what does teacher preparation grounded in the science of learning and development look like? And what connects teacher preparation and professional development is we want the same things, the same types of learning for our teachers that we want them to engage their students in. We want teacher preparation programs to model and to engage in the type of rich, deep learning that we want their candidates to go out and to engage in K-12. And while it seems very intuitive, it's not happening as much as it should. Professors are still giving these types of lectures and telling K-12 students, telling their candidates what to do and not doing it. And so we really wanted to build the capacity of preparation programs to think about how best to serve candidates and prepare teachers for 21st century skills, the creativity, the deeper learning, the critical thinking and problem solving, the innovation, the entrepreneurship, all of those pieces. And so these design principles mirror to a large extent, those are the K-12 design principles. The first is the curriculum deeply rooted in an understanding of learners, learning, and development. And this is what I was talking about a little bit earlier. A few decades ago, and when it's done poorly today, teachers learned how to teach subjects. I'm going to teach math, I'm going to teach science, but there's an understanding now that teachers teach students a subject. And so really thinking about the triangle of the teacher, the curriculum, and the student, and really understanding the tenets of learning and development. I'm just messing all sorts of things up here. Supportive development, relationships, in communities of practice, and that's communities for the teacher candidates. And what does that mean? That there needs to be authentic reciprocal relationships between teacher preparation programs and districts. There needs to be, oftentimes those are transactional, but there needs to be a partnership where teacher candidates, teacher preparation programs work with families and community members to design what types of teachers they want and need in their schools. That takes time and resources, and it's a great policy lever to create change in our schools. For our candidates, we want rich experiential learning opportunities for them as well, not sit and get. We want them to go out in the communities. We want them to engage in the same activities that they're teaching their K-12 students. The development of skills, habits, and mindsets. I'm an equitable educator. When we think about those, we think about the work that candidates need to do internally, about their own positionality, the way that they were brought up. One of the ways of that this shows up in particular is that students in classrooms might be creative in their answers that are culturally based, and teachers aren't able to see learning. So for instance, there was a study that focused on a mathematical question that asked, which is more economical, to buy a day pass or a week pass? And the correct mathematical answer was a day pass, but the students in the classroom responded a week pass because they could share it with their friends and family members. And if you're not aware of that norm in a family or a community, you're just going to say the student doesn't know mathematics. But in fact, they're engaging in deep learning, but the teacher's not able to recognize that. So really thinking about cultural ways of knowing, understanding the diversity of your students' backgrounds, understanding your own positionality, how the social, political, economic context impacts the way that you view students, schooling, and really doing deep work around that. And then the final is pedagogical alignment and modeling. So preparation programs need to have a clear vision and mission around what teacher preparation looks like, and then the structures and the processes to enact that. So making sure that instructors, supervisors, coaches, mentor teachers are all on the same page, and that all of those folks are modeling the type of interactions and learning that we want to see our teachers engage in with their students. All right, I have about 6 minutes to talk to you about professional development now. And as we transfer from pre-service teacher preparation to in-service professional development, I'd like you to think about how effective elements of professional development found in this study reflect or don't reflect or expand upon what I just shared around the science of learning and development. So some active listening, some active learning. So this comes out of a study we did in 2016. We looked at some studies that were methodologically rigorous and that focused on positive link between teacher PD and student outcomes. Of course, there were a lot more studies that we looked at, but we could only find 35 that looked at the outcomes. And so what traditional PD looks like this. It's sit and get, drive by, it's a one-time thing. One size fits all. It's often disconnected from teachers and classrooms. And what we saw in the effective PD was a shift to content-focused, active, collaborative, some of the same work that we heard from Mickey, the use of modeling, coaching, feedback, and reflection, and sustained over time. So I'm going to quickly run through these to make sure we have some time for questions. How much time do I have about? Okay, so run through. So content focused, really job embedded and focused specifically on a curriculum or a unit or a lesson that a teacher uses with their student. Active learning, we got some of that with Mickey. And this is the how, these next 6, and the first is the what. Collaboration, so the interactive teaching should not be a solo endeavor. So effective professional development is collaborative in small learning communities or one-on-one or coaching. Effective professional development provides models of effective practice. And those models could be lesson plans, unit plans, sample of student work, And also thinking about observations of expert teachers and accomplished teachers is really important, because a teacher needs to see what that vision of accomplished teaching looks like, whether it be in the materials or on the actual pedagogy, because you can't be what you can't see, right? Coaching and expert support, this could be one-on-one, small groups, but it's really about, and hopefully it's a teacher in the same context, but this type of focused support gives time for feedback, reflection, and iterations of practice. Feedback and reflection often occurs in coaching, but it can be external to coaching as well. And just having time for teachers to think about the work that they're doing, the students that they're working, and getting feedback on that. Finally, there's no magic number of professional development, but we do know that it needs to be sustained over time. So a teacher cannot get a workshop on how to teach creative thinking or creativity, and then they're expected to do it. It needs to be iterative over a series of time. And I just want to leave you with the thought, if creativity and creative thinking is what we want for our students, we need to design learning experiences for teachers that inspires and excite them for this work. Thank you, and sorry I rushed at the end.
Thank you, Maria. That was really interesting and a really good kind of basis of what constitutes effective professional learning. We have a few minutes for question and answer. Does anyone have a question for Maria? Over here. The mic is just coming to you.
Thank you. Maria, a really excellent presentation, just from beginning to end. Particularly, it reminds me of an engagement by Daniel Ansari in an OECD conference in Brussels some years ago, and it was the early stages of mind-brain education science, and the idea of different disciplines coming together to work for. And I mean, the fact that it's ground, I was looking at some of the PowerPoints on your website. I think my question, so I'm incredibly excited about what you've described. Welcome back to my Irish colleague's question before lunch. The idea, what's your experience so far in scaling this in systems at even state level in the States, if not federal level, or other jurisdictions around the world? Because I think the whole integration of design principles, which is coming to the civil service in Ireland more and more, the focus on the whole child is very much at the fore in our policy space as well. So a lot of really exciting developments coming together here, but how do we actually keep our eye on the prize here? Thanks.
Yeah, so when Cassie introduced me, I direct Ed Prep Lab, and what we do, as she said, was research, practice, and policy. So the work that we're doing is we have 27 teacher and leader preparation programs in a community, and a lot of them doing really innovative work. And so what we do is we lift up that work to the field and also to policymakers. And another part of the work is our teacher licensure collaborative, and that is our policy arm, and our policy advisors are working with states who are interested in changing their standards and licensure requirements to be more aligned with the science of learning and development. So we're trying to go from bottom up with practitioners and the things that they're doing, and top down with supporting policies that advance this type of work and align what's required for licensure, so that oversubscribed curriculum can be cut back and really focus on the things that matter for teaching and learning.
Any more questions?
May I? I'm over here.
Oh, of course.
Hello.
Go ahead. Hello.
Thank you for a very provocative presentation today. I want to try to tie in the two halves of this conference and also look at the research influencing policy piece that you just spoke about. Help me understand, has the research been used to inform your framework, or has the research now in place to test the framework in these partner organizations so that there's active evidence about the efficacy of the framework, or are both things happening? Thank you.
Yeah, it's definitely a cycle. We started with the research to create the framework, and what we see in our programs in the network are that a lot of the practices they engage in are aligned with science of learning and development, but They don't necessarily call it that. And now they have a framework with which to measure themselves and their practice against. And it's a great framework for policy makers to understand what it takes to create teachers that are this effective. And so it gives a vision of what that looks like. And also the effective PD has been used in a lot of policy at the federal level and state level as well in terms of language around what's effective professional development and how to get funding as well.
Thank you very much, Maria. I think we need to move on to our next speaker, but thank you. Please join me in a round of applause for Maria.
Should I just start? All right. Thank you. I'm very glad to be here. I come from a different background. I don't have a degree in education. I come from a completely different background. I usually do the discourse analysis. So it was very nice that you mentioned about variability. It's not a norm. It's a norm. It's a norm. I'm sorry. It's a norm. And that exactly covers with what I'm going to talk about in my presentation too. So we've been discussing about enacting creative classroom and research evidence to support the teachers to promote creative thinking in practice. But if we continue asking teachers to make changes to their practice as a means to cope with changes in the society, we must pay teachers a lot better. That's what we all agree, I'm sure. But unfortunately, the Ministry of Finance may have a different idea. And also, unfortunately, the public won't support it. Yet still that there is a need to make changes to our education. And the teachers are key players. And they are at the forefront of transforming our education. So we must keep in mind of these conditions teachers are facing today when we're discussing about the teacher professional learning and also the policies on teachers and the teaching profession. So this presentation, this is the one to move? This one, right? So this presentation has two key takeaways. One is about the importance of ensuring the fairness in the production and the teacher's use of research evidence. And the second is about understanding the teacher's sense of professionalism to inquire teacher readiness and also even their willingness to make changes to their practice. These points are interlinked, but the link between them are not necessarily self-explanatory. So let me try to elaborate in this presentation as much as I can. And what I couldn't, let's hope that we can have a little discussion to make for the further clarification. The first thing is about the fairness. There's a dominant discourse in education policy, particularly for the last 25 years, has been centered around the production and the use of systematic research evidence. Its approach is very valuable, and it's brought many changes to how we practice education and making education policy today. But at the same time, it works in favor of the political and economic mainstreams, because the production of such evidence costs a lot, and therefore the access to the production is exclusive to the mainstream. Of course, minorities and underprivileged people can produce their own evidence, but their research evidence is not necessarily competitive with those produced by the mainstream. As such, that minorities face a lack of fair representation in the systematic research evidence to a degree. And also, they may kept into the evidence, they may kept into the variables. For example, under the current frame of assessment and accreditation, creative classroom might ask underprivileged group of people to take a greater risk than their peers who may have more room to make mistakes. Therefore, it is essential for teachers to undergo professional learning and strengthen their understanding and sensitivity beyond the classroom to use the research evidence as a means to effectively integrate local variables into practice. To further clarify this point, that I must call your attention that the types of the goals that we assign for public schooling determine what evidence we value and how we use it, as well as how we view the work of teachers. The policies prioritizing systematic research evidence are built on economic efficiency goal of public schooling, which is represented in the normal distribution graph in the leftmost normal distribution graph. So the success and the failure of education is measured by efficiency when improving the system performance. The public and the media also takes on this goal. For example, when reporting a PISA result like today, that the emphasis is made on the scores, changes of scores, and the league tables to understand and compare the success and the failure of education systems and their challenges, and also accomplishment. Another policy approach focuses on narrowing the performance gap. This approach aims for the egalitarian equality goal, which is the middle one. It aims to narrow the learning gap and provide an equal learning experience for all learners. Yet the progress is still measured by the change in the value of the standard deviation as well. Then the egalitarian equity goal, which is a rightmost one, egalitarian equity goal is a focuses on the growth of all learners at diverse range, and views the system level performance as a welcoming byproduct. Improvement of the system performance and narrowing the performance gap are not the goals themselves, but the indicators for policymakers and the teachers to reflect on the current state of practice. This economic efficiency goal set teachers as instruments to disseminate policies and the practices that would work. It's tend to position teachers as users or consumers of research evidence. As such, that the emphasis is made on professional development. Somebody develops a teacher, basically, to build the knowledge and the skills that are useful to increase efficiency in practice. However, the equity goal positions the teacher to be more than an instrument. To ensure equity in practice, teachers must act as a specialist of local variables. And such that when approaching to policies and the policies and researching evidence, teachers first learn and understand them, then interpret those policies and the research evidence with the local variables in the context of practice. Then also, teachers would encode their local experiences to share with the communities, which would then contribute to building the knowledge of practice. Then such knowledge is communicated with communities extrinsic to teachers, such as the researchers and the policymakers. This whole process construes the professionalism of teachers. While knowledge and the skills are very important, and it is important property for teachers' practice. However, those properties do not measure the level of professionalism. Professional development set its focus on transmitting the properties to teachers. But professional learning is about building the space and the community that are productive in shaping the knowledge of practice. And therefore, designing a professional learning is about giving teachers the opportunity to encode their local experience to offer the space for sharing their expertise in working with variables and coordinating to form an abstract knowledge of practice. And this knowledge must be co-constructive, and it is informing about local variables within and across different stakeholders. In other words, that we need to set the professional learning differently from professional development. Professional learning is an ongoing research practice of its own, in which teachers take a vital role in providing information on local variables and inviting other stakeholders to use the built knowledge to better respond to the fast-changing complex reality in practice. So the second point is what is the state of the teachers then today? What is the state of teachers' professionalism? I took the survey in 2 prefectures in Japan. Samples were stratified by years of experience, and from the population of approximately 20,000 teachers in each prefecture. This 4-quadrant diagram is the output of the correspondence analysis of the teachers' years of experience and the categories generated from teachers' written responses on 3 most important areas of their learning needs. This survey outcomes shows a worrying pattern of teachers' perception of professional learning needs and the state of the teacher professionalism in Japan. The good news is that teachers are committed to their classroom teaching and the teaching of their subject. They express interest in developing their knowledge and skills and competencies. The concerns are, however, the teacher's interest area shows almost no change in the years of experience. This trend is more obvious in another prefecture. That stage 1 is entrant teachers, and it's basically stay in the same areas. So teachers show the interest in learning that is directly relevant to their narrow classroom and their narrow subject areas of which they teach. We can generate 2 hypotheses. One is that teachers' learning interest is limited to the field where they have a sense of decision-making authority, such as their own classroom and their own subject that they teach. And the teacher's professionalism, second point is the teacher's professionalism and the professional growth do not correlate the years of experience teachers have, which is contrary to the popular assumption of the linear progression model of the teacher development. These concerns pose a major challenge to the current discussion on professional development and professional learning and the use of research evidence in practice. Let's take, for example, about promoting teachers' use of research evidence for creativity and creative thinking. We have teachers who are likely to be able to gain skills to use the research evidence from having excellent professional development and professional learning programs. Yet their practice in reality would likely be contained within a narrow classroom or the subjects they teach. Creativity will be fragmented, and creativity will be contained within their own classroom practice. We must address the current fragmented state of the teachers and the teaching profession. Especially when we discuss about teacher professional learning, we have to differentiate it from teacher professional development. In order to ensure the meaningful learning and empower teachers to be the agent to address variables in the discourse of education and its evidence production process and its use. This will be the conclusion of my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Makito. I think that was a very useful reminder that we can't just turn to professional learning without considering a whole range of factors. I was particularly struck by the sort of idea that professional learning might actually function to ingrain perceptions rather than necessarily transform them. So we have a few minutes for questions and answers. Does anybody have a question for Makito?
Maybe I explained it very clearly.
Well, whilst you're thinking, perhaps I can ask you, you ended by saying we need to address the fragmentation of the teaching profession and professional learning. I wondered if you had any ideas about how we might do that.
How we might do that? Today that we are in the morning that we discuss about creative thinking, making a creative classroom. A lot of the discourse that we are talking about is, on the basis of the, strong optimism. Teachers are waiting, students are also waiting. Everybody is wanting to do that. But in fact, that the data and the research and also discourse analysis shows there's a lot of resentment. And also creative classroom may hinder the opportunity for the students who are trying to excel from the bottom strata of society. Because for them, it's taking a creative classroom, creative learning, comes at risk of failing the accreditation process. The same things happen to the teachers. Teachers working in those environments has always facing a dilemma of parents' pressures, dilemma of local needs, and dilemma between national requirement and accountability that they have to face. When we're discussing about the policies and the practice of the teachers and teacher professional development, we really have to try to invite the teacher not as a learners of the better practice or the better use of research, but we have to invite them as a researcher that specialize in the field knowledge, specialize in the variables in the field, which is very difficult for us to get information from. So this is a kind of approach that we are trying to do in Japan, to use the evidence to create a dialogue with the teachers and also with other stakeholders, policymakers, teachers, researchers, communities, using the same evidence, try to interpret this evidence so we can get a different idea from the field idea, from the research idea. So in this way that we are trying to bridge that, to make a professional development into professional learning. Very small practice, but still it seems effective. Thank you.
Thank you. I see we have a question. Can I just turn to you though, Maria, very quickly and ask if you have some thoughts or some responses to what Makito has said?
Sure, it actually made me think about when you were talking about the communities working together with teachers and stakeholders and students, that 2 high school students in New Orleans solved the Pythagorean theorem. Did you see that on the news? And they solved it using trigonometry. And there were not mathematical wizards that were in a school that had to be rebuilt after Hurricane Katrina, 2 African-American girls who were in the type of learning environment that I explained, with teachers who believed, when they asked the teachers, were you surprised? They said no, because we teach our students that they can do anything. And I thought that was so powerful. And I think that when we create those learning environments and teachers can engage in the ways that we're talking in the professional learning looks like that, it really, anything is possible. So I was really excited about that.
Thank you. So yeah, a question.
Hi, I'm Salma. Apologies, I'm Salma. I'm here representing the World Innovation Summit for Education, which is a think tank arm of Qatar Foundation. And just a reflection on many of the interventions that we heard today. In many settings where I've worked, I'm reflecting on to what extent are we integrating the critical thinking and the creativity, not just as part of teacher professional development, but as part of teacher pre-service training. And I'm assuming here many of us have worked with educators, practitioners, and policymakers because this is the goal of the conference. And in some of the settings where I worked, the teacher pre-service training with the pre-service is not updated. It's only updated every 10 years. So we are talking about these skills that teachers need to be, we need to build teachers' capacity in teaching and conveying these knowledges and skills. But at the same time, we might have to go and look at the roots. We know that teachers are overwhelmed. We know that like professional development usually comes down to like lack of resources and lack of time, right? So I would love to hear from some of you here, like, have you seen case studies or examples of success where actually some of these two skills that we are discussing today have been integrated into the teacher pre-service before talking about the in-service trainings?
I used to, about 7 years, until 7 years ago, I was doing a teacher preparation program. In Japanese, teacher preparation program is highly structured, and students go through the whole curriculum. We introduced, so basically it's emphasizing the development stage. The program that focus on the development has a clear exit. Basically, they're getting a certificate. That's the clear exit. So those kind of learning, the development approach works. But after they become the teacher, they lost the creativity. They lost the critical thinking. So what we introduced is to create a curriculum that introduces the critical pedagogy within a part of the curriculum program. To many students who try to become a teacher, loves teaching, loves to become a teacher. Otherwise, they don't come into the professional teaching because the pay is lousy. And but they try to become a teacher, so they love schools, but we are trying to present a lot of research data, information about the negative impact of schooling, negative impact of teaching, as evidence, and using that evidence to create a dialogue across with them, to deconstruct the belief, but not only just reconstructing, but reconstructing their belief again. So this is a kind of risky approach that people thought. And we had a survey, and we studied about the impact of it. But I don't have the data right now, but it was proven effective in terms of reinstating more mission of becoming a teacher, not just teaching the subject, but becoming a mission to become more equal, to do a more equitable teaching, and a more to become a teacher as a citizen kind of approach. So this is a kind of development approach. And so that's why whenever we discuss about these sort of issues, I think we have to differentiate clearly about the development and learning. And when we are talking about professional learning, we really have to invite teachers as a researcher, into the research community. And when we're talking about the development, we can talk about it in a way that what works, what research evidence is useful, and create a dialogue how you can practice research, how you can become a researcher. So if I'm answering your question right, I think this is my 2 cents. I don't know how to call that.
2 cents, yeah. Yeah, of course.
So that's my area of expertise is teacher preparation, pre-service teacher learning. And the second wheel that I showed was all about the design of teacher preparation programs. But I do encourage you to go to edpreplab.org, which is our website. And we do site visits to preparation programs to show how they're doing innovative work. There are curricular materials, so syllabi and signature assessments. And it's really a great resource for preparation programs that are thinking about what does it mean to prepare teachers for deeper learning. And that's actually the name of the book that we published out of a study looking at 7 exemplary teacher preparation programs in the United States that were preparing teachers for deeper learning. So there's lots of resources.
Well, thank you very much. I want to leave some time for some small group discussions on the table. So please join me in a round of applause for Mikito. So we're going to have some time for small group discussions now. And if you go to the next slide, there are some questions to guide those discussions. We don't have moderators on the table, so I ask you all to be self-moderating. But if you could designate a scribe, and perhaps that scribe could take some notes. At the end of 15 or 20 minutes, 15 minutes, we will come back together and I will just ask for 1 or 2 insights from across the room. We won't have time to go through each table in turn. But the kind of questions for your kind of reflection and discussion. So I asked you at the top of the session to think about a example of a professional learning experience that you yourself have had. So what structures, systems, or norms facilitated that creative thinking or translation of research into policy and practice? And how could the research that you've heard about today be translated into policy and practice in your own contexts? And what structures, systems, and norms might support that? And on the basis of what you've heard and discussed today, what's one action that you could take in your context to embed creative thinking into initial teacher education and professional learning? So over to you in your small tables. You have 15 minutes to talk with each other, and then we'll come back together for some insights. So thank you. Can I invite you all to come back together? I'm so sorry to interrupt your conversations. I'll give you a few seconds to finish your thoughts. Okay. Bringing out my teacher tools. So thank you all for your engagement in that discussion. You were obviously in the middle of some really interesting thoughts and ideas, and I really encourage you to continue that during the coffee break and during the next session and tomorrow. I think it would be nice if we could have a few insights from your conversations. So I wonder if anyone would want to share just one insight that they've gained from the conversation. And I will pick on you if you, Nora.
Thank you. So we had a conversation about the school leader's role as an important element in facilitating professional learning and creating those norms and also structures within a school that allow for professional learning. And then we said that accountability mechanisms in most countries currently reward more traditional forms, probably less sort of the creative classroom direction. And this is also because traditional outcomes, academic outcomes, are easier to measure and cheaper to measure. So we probably need to move towards more holistic outcome measures, which requires resources. And then an important idea that came out from the conversation is a way towards teacher professionalism would be to invite teachers in the research community, which does not necessarily mean that they have to conduct research from A to Z, but being part of the process of production. And then this would be also a way to provide a more intellectually stimulating professional environment for them.
Thank you. Yes, so going back to Mikito's point about fairness in the production and use of evidence in education, and then also pointing to the importance of whole school approaches, which I know Bill and other people work on a lot. So let's go over there to the table over there, and then we'll come to the table in the middle.
Okay, just one quick thing that came from our group. We tried to get into number 2. How could research you've heard about be translated? And I guess where we got to was actually what we really need to do is stand back and say, for whom is creative, a lack of creativity a problem? So like, what's the problem might drive it, rather than pushing the research out, thinking about what problem might bring people to this research. And it's going to be very different systems.
Thank you. And in the middle?
So threading across the 3 questions, one of the factors we felt in our experience that was conducive to good creativity and learning was the importance of good space and time for good conversations to debrief and reflect on the learning. Based on that, we said the translation to policy and practice, and this is kind of the many other points, but just threading this one through. The translation, one good example would be the importance of big conversations involving parents, teachers, children, young people, to foster space and time for the sharing of new methods. Everyone's a different perspective on the system currently, and so we come with the best of intentions, but it gets lost between the cracks of the system works fine as it is for most people, but not for all. And therefore, our key action for from today in context is to start a national conversation on the future of education to create that conducive environment for creativity in the system.
Wow, thank you. That's wonderful. One last insight, Bill.
Thanks so much. I'm sure we can't have even the beginnings of these conversations unless we're prepared to answer and ask the question, what's the point of school? What's the point of education? I'm sure that's good. Once you told us to get on with the task, which we were enjoying too much, we tried to answer number 3, and we just wondered whether luckily we have Todd Lubat here on the table, and he is the World Global President, or some good title, for the International Society for the Study of Creativity and Innovation. And we wondered if we could take, an extended group, a lot of us, the fantastic resource that is the report that you've produced, and then get under the surface of it a little bit and see where we think there's growing understanding, where we think there are research holes, where there are interesting questions, then kind of be a kind of translating support body for you to see if we could then encourage our colleagues to go deeper and possibly bring some resource in to investigate those kind of things, like that really interesting thing about the gender differences and understanding the kind of creative self-efficacy issues, the parent issues, all those issues that we were just kind of scraping the surface on. So we honestly did get on with your task towards the end.
Thank you, Bill. Well, I think that is all we have time for, and I won't finish with my own insights because there have been so many that I wouldn't be able to choose one. But I think that there are some really important questions being asked here today, and as I said, I really encourage you to continue those conversations over the rest of the conference. So all that remains for me to do is to thank again our two speakers, Maria and Makito, and if you could just join me in one last round of applause. Thank you. So we'll now have a coffee break, and we'll be back here at 4:15 for the last session. Thank you.
We ready to get started then? Well, good afternoon, everybody. I think we're all coming back in, so we'll get started. Thank you very much for joining us for this last session of day one. It has been a very stimulating day. We're also all aware that we are standing between you and your cocktail for this evening, but I do encourage you to keep the energy levels high as we have a fantastic topic and 4 fantastic panelists to lead us through this. We're going to be talking about supporting teachers to innovate and engage with research collaboratively. Before I introduce the panelists, I'd like to provide just a brief framing for this very important topic that we're going to be going through, and 3 points that I think particularly make it interesting and pertinent for us today. First, my name is Lawrence Holdsworth. I work here at the OECD in the Education Division in the Schools Plus team, which is a network of networks that seeks to support major education networks in sharing best practice around schools. There are 3 things that I'd like to put into the room before we kick off. The first is that this topic of research use is extremely relevant. The world of research, the world of evidence has grown considerably. We heard earlier about the quantity of evidence that has been produced since 1990, equaling all of that before. Indeed, recent OECD research suggests that the number of studies on knowledge mobilization that mention terms relating to intermediaries has increased from less than 200 studies in 2000 to over 2,500 studies in 2021. There is more research than ever before, and there are more actors engaged in this space than ever before. Secondly, this is a topic that can have real impact and improvement. That's because the picture is not quite perfect, and there's areas where we can make improvements that can have real impact on schools, teachers, and students. For instance, a recent policy survey of the strengthening the impact of education research suggests that some 61% of respondent ministries reported the presence of barriers such as time, and 55% of respondents identified the low accessibility of research in appropriate formats as barriers to research use too. That means that this is an area where if we can start to unpack some of these challenges, it can be really, really impactful. Thirdly, this is an area that is complex and challenging, and we always like a complex and juicy problem to grapple with. The process of teacher decision-making is complex. We've been alluding to it today that it is not simply a case of evidence being taken off the shelf and immediately dropped into the classroom. Instead, we know from the OECD's TALIS survey that teachers are interested in reading professional literature. They attend courses and seminars. We also know from research from other stakeholders, such as the EEF, that teachers trust the opinion of their colleagues as well. There are these different sources of knowledge and information that teachers must process and try to integrate alongside research evidence, which makes it particularly complex in terms of how it can be impactful. So we have a topic with a huge amount of scope for impact, and one that is very complex and juicy. To lead us through this, we have 4 fantastic panelists. starting on my far left, Cindy Portman is an associate professor at the University of Twente in the Netherlands and a visiting professor at Inland Norway University of Applied Sciences in their Center for Studies of Educational Practice. Her research and teaching focus on teacher and school leader professional development in how these stakeholders undertake research in teams and networks. And she is the co-founder of the International Congress for School Effectiveness and Improvement on their professional learning networks. We then have Mark Wickinson, who is an associate professor in the Faculty of Education at Monash University in Australia. A strong focus in his work is understanding and improving the use and usefulness of educational research. He is currently director, in particular, of the Monash Q project, which is a 5-year partnership aiming to improve the use of research evidence in Australian schools. We then have Bénédicte Robert, who is Regional Commissioner of Education in Poitiers, here in France. She oversees the education of some 300,000 students and is responsible for 28,000 teachers, principals, inspectors, and administrative staff. Prior to this, she oversaw the creation of the French Institute for Education and Training in France, which operates leadership programs for education leaders and inspectors. And here on my left, we have John Kay, who is head of evidence synthesis and international at the Education Endowment Foundation. The Education Endowment Foundation works to support schools, nurseries, and colleges to improve teaching and learning through better use of evidence. John most notably leads on their evidence synthesis work and their teaching and learning toolkit, which is a tool that is used by some 70% of school leaders in England. I would like to kick us off by just providing, from your own perspectives, what you feel a meaningful engagement with research by practitioners really looks like in practice. Mark, I'm wondering if you can perhaps provide us with a few of the key features that your work at Monash, particularly on the CURE framework, has identified as being particularly relevant.
For sure, Lawrence. Look, it boils down to two things, actually. In order to use research well in practice, we need to have high quality research, and on the other side, we need to have high quality use. And what do we mean by high quality research? What we mean is a combination of research that is methodologically rigorous, which is quite familiar to us. We know that there are evidence standards. They're debated, they're contested, but we know they're there. But we also need it to be not just methodologically rigorous, but also fit for purpose, relevant for the context in which you're doing it, relatable to the issue you're trying to solve. And that's why, ironically, using research well actually starts with looking inward to practice rather than outward to research. So that's on one side. We need high quality research, but we also need high quality use. And that's where there are far fewer frameworks, standards, ways of a school leader or a teacher being able to evaluate where they are. But in our work, we've shown that the way in which we engage with and implement research needs to be thoughtful. And that's this idea that research doesn't actually tell us what to do in a straightforward way. It's a tool for thinking. We have to engage thoughtfully with it. And many of the things that we've heard this morning in relation to creative and critical thinking are relevant to that thoughtfulness with which we engage and implement research. So I'd say that, Lawrence, the two things are high quality, appropriate research and high quality, thoughtful engagement with that research.
Great, thank you, Mark. And maybe Bénédicte, you can bring in this perspective then from someone that works across an entire system. You have many different stakeholders and actors that you work with, particularly this question of research use. How do you see that happening in a meaningful and engaging way in your particularly this policy-making setting?
Yeah, well, I really like your idea of high quality use. I do think indeed that for research to be used by teachers, research needs to answer questions that teachers ask themselves. If you produce research on questions that teachers don't ask themselves, then there's very likely low use of that research. So I think that is one thing that we can keep in mind. Is this research going to help teachers teach better the basic skills, manage classroom better, and other issues that are very important for teachers. And then indeed, perhaps teachers don't know that they have other problems. And this is the role also of researchers to show them that maybe these issues are more complex than they look like. But you need to really approach the teachers with this very down to their problem issues. So I do think also that we need to build a culture in teachers where they really care about the impact of their intervention on student outcomes. This may sound as obvious, but this is not maybe the general rule in all classrooms, unfortunately. So really to help teachers focus on student outcomes, and these outcomes being measured with, in particular, standardized testing, I think is one key issue that we try to push in France, and also with the support of inspectors. You said, what does it look like? Well, what does teachers' effective engagement with research looks like in practice? But it also looks like that inspectors or prescribers, teacher trainers are involved, are themselves aware of the research and are able to share that research with the teachers. Because indeed, teachers don't have so much time. They are teaching, they are preparing the classes, they are evaluating the students, so they don't have so much time. So they will listen to the person and that is close to them, that has an influence on them. And I think in France, it can be the school leader or it can be a school inspector. So this is important for us. I also think that to have resource centers like the EEF, we have a bit the same in France, that's called IFE, is very important, and also partnerships with research centers. Research action is very important.
Those are some fantastic points. Thank you, Benedict. And it's great to bring in particular this perspective that we're talking about the use by teachers, but around teachers at this huge network of supporting stakeholders as well. And that's something that I think we will be trying to unpack further. Perhaps, Cindy, before we turn to consider this question of high quality research and what it looks like, you can perhaps offer us some indications of your work when it comes to teachers going about a process of inquiring with research in their own setting, and really what the use of research looks like on a sort of local basis.
Yes, thank you very much. Very much agreeing with Mark and Benedict. So high quality research use, what does that actually look like? What is the first step for a teacher? That's a good question. And Benedict already said it starts with a question in their own practice. So what are teachers struggling with? And when we're talking about it costs time, shouldn't it be something that they are struggling with on a day-to-day basis? Maybe they've struggled with it for years, and maybe that should be the purpose and the start of their research use process. And we really see it in our work that we do at the University of Twente and in Norway as a process and not as an action. So the first step in what we call learning conversations or reflective professional inquiry is, what is the current situation? What are we struggling with? Or what would we like to achieve that we haven't yet achieved? What does the data show us? What does research show us about that? Then we're going to try to find out, what are the causes of this problem? What are the reasons that we haven't achieved our ambitions yet? And only then we go to action, rather than from problem to action right away, what is very common not only in education. And we use research to find out, how can we actually solve these problems? What do we know, what works? But the final step is to test and experiment in our own practice, like very much the conclusion of Makito. Yes, you did explain very clearly. And also the conversation at our discussion after the keynote. So it's really a process of using this evidence in your own context, trying it out, experimenting, seeing to what extent it works for you. And then, of course, to close that cycle, evaluating to what extent it worked and whether you need to adapt anything or also think about next goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. It sounds like we should really be saying high quality research use processes, sort of adding that on the end rather than it being a single instance that it's occurring. Let's also we also had earlier, Mark, you brought in this aspect of high quality research in itself. John, at the EEF, one of your key roles is trying to generate and broker evidence. So perhaps you can tell us, what are some of the hallmarks of high quality research that teachers should be exposed to and trying to engage with?
Sure, and at risk of us all completely agreeing, I do completely agree with everything that has been said so far, and I think in particular, thinking of research use as a process, what we're interested in is what are the system level levers that enable that process to be as effective as possible. So it's all very well to say, we've identified our problem, we want to improve the feedback that we're giving in our classrooms. But then what's the next step in an ideal evidence use system? Where do teachers go to get their information, and where do they go that they trust to get high quality information? Because as you said at the start, Lawrence, there are now hundreds of studies. So just looking at feedback, there are 200 studies, over 200 studies of high quality impact evaluations of effective feedback practice. And so they could Google and maybe find the most newsworthy result, or they just find the result that fits with what they're already doing and their preconceptions. Or we can build systems of brokerage where we can build cumulative knowledge bases so that people get the best evidence available. And I think the key thing on quality is about synthesizing and creating cumulative knowledge bases. So we're not just going to individual studies and going, I'm going to do the solution that is most accessible to me, but actually the solution that is the most promising piece. And so in our role as an evidence broker, what we try and do is render the evidence accessible so that when a school is engaging in that autonomous, professionalized access and process towards evidence use, they've got somewhere to go. They've got a go-to place in the system where they can get high quality evidence. And then the flip side of that is there will be places where that high quality evidence doesn't exist. And we can't just say, we've got nothing to tell you. We do need to make sure that we're building a pipeline to answer those questions rigorously. And over the years, I've become a cynic that academia on its own is going to fill those gaps. I don't think it's going to happen. As many impact frameworks as we have, I don't think the incentives align between academia and the questions that schools and practice is asking. And so one of the things we do is we have a school engagement function where we ask teachers, what are the things that you want to know? And then how can we answer those questions and fill those evidence gaps through high quality studies that have rigorous standards, but are also accessible. So they're not hidden behind a paywall of an academic journal. They have the information you actually need. How many articles don't tell you how much an intervention costs? It's the first thing you need as a school leader. How many don't tell you what it looks like in the classroom? Most of them. I spend a lot of time reading studies to do the synthesis. And so that dual role of synthesizing a cumulative evidence base and then filling the gaps, importantly, is a system level intervention. It won't exist naturally, and it does need the creation of institutions to fill that gap.
I'm going to stay with this question around this idea, John, because I think you've brought up a very important topic here around trying to understand what is evidence. And we spoke earlier around there being the fact that there is a huge amount out there, and we're not necessarily talking about just formal avenues, but also a world of social media, of hyperconnectivity, where you can access evidence in all sorts of forms, and also evidence that takes a different form, perhaps in terms of shared experiences. So in terms of navigating that, is there a way to support teachers to identify what is the most relevant or robust for them, or is that too difficult to do? Benedict, I know this is something that's for you working there with so many school leaders, so many teachers. How do you support them to navigate what is a huge world of evidence and knowledge now?
Yes, indeed, that is the main challenge for teachers, but that's the main challenge for all of us. If you look at data and if you look at evidence, but if you look at data, since 2000, it has exploded, literally. So we live in a world of data, and we try to manage with our critical spirit in this, navigate in this world of data. But it's everywhere, and it's everywhere for teachers. Indeed, it's everywhere. They can access data from other teachers, from their inspectors, from their trainers, from trade unions, from the internet, from social media, and from researchers. But and from researchers. So indeed, and also research data, unfortunately, sometimes is contradictory. So you may find one set of data that says one thing, and on the same topic, another set of data that says another thing. So when I say on the same topic, of course, it's not exactly the same topic because the variables, etc., is different. But to a teacher in a classroom, it looks like it's the same topic and two data say two contradictory things. So indeed, how can we make teachers to trust data? I think we do need brokerage centers like the EEF. I think that's a vital thing. And we need to perhaps think of how to design these brokerage centers. There's the EEF in England. In France, we have also ministerial bodies of knowledge brokerage, but it's not the same kind of format. I'm not sure teachers really read the data that's coming from these centers. In other countries, other centers. And I think the key thing is not only perhaps the brokerage center, but also the brokers. So in line with the brokerage centers, how do you make sure that school leaders, how do you make sure that school inspectors do get this knowledge and actually push this knowledge through the teacher? So I do think that it's something very key to do this. And perhaps one last thing that I would like to say on this topic, I also think it has to do with how we design initial and continuous teacher training, because teachers will be more likely to listen and pay attention to research if they are aware of how research is produced. And how research is produced, that's different from anyone saying something out there that's creating a buzz on Twitter or on something else. That there is a strong background work to produce research. And I'm saying this because now in France, we are thinking of redesigning teacher training, initial teacher training. And one of the questions is how much exposure to research and of research and practice of research there will be in this initial training. And I do think that we need to have this exposure to and practice of in initial training if we want teachers to really then be able to rely on research when they work. Thank you.
Mark and Cindy, I'm wondering if, based on your experience of working closely with teachers and school leaders, what are the types of skills that you see them needing when it comes to this point that Benedict's raising about how to critically engage with the world of evidence?
Would you like to say something about the skills? I'd like to say something about how in our country is being dealt with these issues at a different level.
Or perhaps Mark, you kick us off and then,
Sure.
Cindy, yeah?
Look, I think a few thoughts. I think actually being quite strategic and selective about the issues that you focus on to use research to improve. I feel like less is more is something to really hold on to in this space, because that then enables you to take the time to be more discerning, to take the time to be more comprehensive in who you reach out to, and to get some teachers in a school that we've worked with. They were English teachers, head of department, and another member of the department, and they likened building up an understanding of a research base to reading a novel. Where when you start reading the novel, there are so many new characters and you're not quite sure how things relate. And then you reach a point in reading a book where you realize, okay, I kind of know who's who and what's happening here. And there's something about that sense of allowing time to build up an understanding of the research within as a kind of community of practitioners. But of course, you can't do that for everything. So you have to be quite strategic and selective about what you do it for. So I think there's something about less is more, and there's also about, using research well as a team sport. It is important of collaboration, because we will be able to be more discerning, more critical, if we build in, and we heard this very strongly through the presentations this morning about the importance of collaboration, about the importance of connection, about the importance of the social. So I'd say those two things: less is more, and it's a team sport.
Yes, again, I very much agree with that. But apart from that, I think what I really like in the Netherlands is our national funding agency in their funding kind of demands of us to spend part of the budget and part of our time on valorization, on knowledge dissemination, on creating impact. And you can do it in many different ways. You can make it part of the teacher education program where you're working at yourself. You can make it part of workshops and professional development. But things that they're also doing is they get together researchers in a certain field and practitioners, teachers and or school leaders, to work together, and people are facilitated with funding even in hours to work on a certain body of knowledge. For example, in my field data use, we were invited to do kind of a review for practitioners on what was known on data use and what works and what doesn't work. And the practitioners got a lot of input into the structure, into how to formulate the key messages, of course, true, but also, the way of wording and how it would be useful and giving examples. And we really worked on that also as a process of being able to disseminate and broker that knowledge. And I really appreciate that. And the Ministry of Education and some other organizations are working on that as well, making papers and professional papers open access, making tools freely available for evidence use. So I think that's really helpful. And then at the same time, indeed, in our teacher education programs and also our in-service programs, making teachers part of that research process. It's easy to say they need data literacy skills or they need information skills or literature review skills, but doing that with them in different types of educational programs and professional development focused on what they want to achieve with their students, I think is really helpful.
Great, thanks, Cindy. It sounds like we're sort of moving to consider this aspect of trying to build a collaborative culture, and culture is not an easy thing to build. It doesn't happen over time. I'm wondering if any of you have anything to share from your own experiences around how to go about starting to build a culture like that amongst a network of schools for teachers.
Yeah, I'm happy to go on that. And I think an important thing is that it needs to be long term. So building trust and building relationships isn't something that can happen on a one-off circumstance. And one of the things that often worries me about the impact in academia agenda is what it does is it incentivizes individual academics to, over the course of 6 months, write a plain language summary, go and talk to some people, and then move on to the next research project. And that isn't a sustainable way of embedding evidence across the system. And so one of the things that we've done is we funded a network of research schools across England. And their role is to be evidence brokers that exist within the school system, because all evidence needs contextual application. It needs professional expertise. We shouldn't pretend like you get an effect size and that's how to do an approach. And so we give teachers the capacity to think about how can we sensibly apply these rigorous research findings in a real classroom setting? And then how can we spread that knowledge that combines rigorous research knowledge with genuine professional practice knowledge to schools in our region? And we change the incentives so that they do have an incentive to talk to the other schools around them, not to hide that knowledge away. But I think the most important thing is that's a long-term thing. So these schools now have existed in the English education system for like 7 or 8 years now. And that means that they have long-term relationships with the schools in their system and that they have trusted relationships with the schools in their system. So it's not just the latest salesperson coming into your school to say, buy this EdTech program that we've developed. It's someone that you trust and that when you've done things in the past, you've seen the impact. Because the secret ingredient of evidence isn't us saying, trust us, our methods are great, because that doesn't win an argument. It's people seeing that the things that you recommend are the things that actually lead to long-term impact and change.
Yeah, one thing I couldn't agree more about that, John. I was just wanting to add the importance of modeling. We heard this morning, I mean, I was really interested in Andreas's presentation talking about students in schools where principals and teachers believe in creativity and believe in the learnability of creativity perform better at creative thinking. And, I think the phrase was used, creativity doesn't develop in a vacuum. Well, nor does quality research use. I think we really need to pay attention to the idea that using research well needs to be modeled in the sense that leaders within the system, or practitioners, need to see leaders within the system and within their school modeling good practice in relation to asking questions, not just saying the research says, but being able to model it, what it looks like in practice, being able to ask and answer the why question behind an initiative at the school level or at the system level. Having some way of making visible the processes that our organization or our leadership team go through to show how we select. We're discerning about the evidence we select. We're collaborative about the ways in which we decide what to implement and how, etc. You know, so I think just modeling is really, really important at all levels.
But what about this? You just raised this aspect of the leaders there. I'm wondering, well, we haven't talked about school leaders yet, or is that what you're imagining when you say leaders, or are we talking about other forms of leaders as well? What's their role in this process as well as modeling? Are there other aspects that they touch upon?
No, I totally meant school leaders, middle leaders, you know, at all levels, middle leaders, senior leaders, then people who work around and, you know, beyond schools, but with schools, people like Cindy, you know, in commissioner roles, and many different brokers, that there's a modeling of good practice in relation to evidence use. And, you know, in many systems, that's not the case. People are hearing, we ought to be, you know, our expectation of you practitioner is that you use evidence well. But when we look at other people's practice, we don't see the kind of processes that we'd like to see in terms of using evidence. Sorry, Lawrence, your question, is that?
No, that's it. I was trying to understand a little bit more around the role of school leaders and their potential contribution to this. But I know that both Benedict and Cindy, you've both worked extensively on this. So I think it's better that you take the mic rather than me here.
Well, it's interesting that you start about modeling. Didn't we hear from Mickey that the students explaining to other students learned more than the students receiving? And this makes me think about the recent projects that we start in Norway first and also in the Netherlands about involving students in research use together with teachers. Because maybe if you explain it as a teacher and you are the one leading it more with your students, and at the same time, we hear so much about motivational problems, well-being problems, stress of students, and student voices not being heard. And so we started with a project where we do the data use steps that I explained in the beginning with students in student PLCs in the classroom. And the research isn't yet completed, so this is preliminary, I have to be cautious here. But the intermediate experiences are that students are very well able to voice what is not going right in their learning, what their own role in that is, what their teacher role is, and what their school role is, excuse me. And we already noticed that when students were respondents in our data teams, in our PLCs, but now we notice that when they're actively involved, they're brainstorming about it in their PLCs, they're working together, they're working together with the teacher. Sometimes they say maybe things that we find silly, but we do take it seriously. And then the teachers also explain to the students, we're also going to use evidence to see which of the factors that you indicated are supported by research. And then we're going to look at the actions that we're going to take. And I think having heard so much about student empowerment and student agency as well as teacher agency, this is really a nice way of trying to find out whether this will help not only in more and better evidence use, but also in improving student agency and well-being.
Perhaps on the issue of this collaborative environment that is necessary indeed to promote research in practice, and on the role of school leaders, there is obviously a role of the school leader in terms of pushing an idea and putting the whole group together. But I also think that teachers are very much a group of professionals that like to work together without necessarily having someone that is above them. And for that reason, in France, in the primary schools, we've pushed a lot for these professional communities with professional development. And so we were indeed training teachers for very short periods, and we've acknowledged that this is not working. You know, when you have only 3 hours there, 3 hours there on different topics, teachers don't learn anything in this context. So we've changed radically the model and dedicated quite a lot of resources, training resources to these professional communities. And now we train teachers, primary school teachers. Each teacher has 30 hours per year of training on one topic, not 10 topics, one topic in French, in learning French, or one topic in learning math, in teaching math. And this one topic is being explored with the trainer that is indeed this broker that I've mentioned before. And the trainer is there to not really say what the teachers should work on, but first to ask the teachers, what is it that they would like to work on as a group for 30 hours? And so the teachers look at the student outcomes, and they look at their problems, they talk about their problems, and then they come up with this research question. The research question the broker is then dealing with, and they work on this question with research background, but also by looking at each other in classrooms. And these lesson studies, I think probably this exists across the world, but I do think it's a key concept in how you learn and how you build a professional culture of improving yourself over time. So I think this professional development, this long-term professional development focused on some questions, not all of the questions, and indeed the next year you can deal with other questions, is something that can help promote qualitatively research in classrooms.
Great, thank you, Benedict. And I think it's good. Let's go into this process a little bit more around the actual change that happens for a teacher, because I think and in particular, the challenges of doing that and trying to actually shift your mindset or your behaviors, because it's not an easy thing to do. And in particular, I think we've got a lot of agreement. We've presented a very promising picture of how this can happen, but we also know that it doesn't happen that often in practice, that there are still these obstacles that exist. So when it comes to supporting teachers, what do we do if, for instance, the evidence is suggesting something that is different to the current practice, to the current mindsets? In your experience, how do we support teachers there to engage collaboratively with evidence and to go through a process of growth?
So what we noted, and I'm not talking specifically about our data team projects, is so in that project, teachers came together every 3 to 4 weeks with 6 to 8 people, including a school leader, team leader. And they start with a purpose focused on student outcomes. So what do we want to achieve? And then the second part is testing hypotheses about the causes of the problem. We should never have called it hypothesis, but we did. And we explained what we meant by that. And in the beginning, there were always all kinds of external factors that they wanted to test. When it was secondary school, it was the fault of the primary school. When it was primary school, it was fault of childcare. It was the fault of the parents. You know, it was boys versus girls. Sometimes it's true, but really not always. And it went from external, and after about 2 to 3 months, teachers would say, oh, you know, we haven't found the cause yet, and what are we doing? And we're spending so much time kind of forgetting that they were dealing with this problem for years already, so they already had spent a lot of time struggling with it. And then we would say something like, okay, maybe we can focus a little bit more on things that we can do something about. Or they themselves would say, maybe we should look more at what we're doing ourselves or what is happening in our school. And they would go from that, what we call external attribution, more to internal. Is it our teaching? Is it our supervision? Is it our mentoring? Things like that. And usually at that point, they would finally start to interview students, for example. And it really struck me that when we suggested that they could interview students, they said, interview students? Can we really do that? And I said, well, you're in front of them every day, so why wouldn't you ask them what they think and what they think the causes are? And I think all of the teams that did interview students found out what was going wrong and what should be improved. And for them, that whole process of going from external to internal attribution, hearing from their students and linking that to the research that was available, that really helped them to make that shift. And again, it's a process. It takes time. It's learning. It's not only about an action to solve a problem. It's about learning to do things differently. And I think it's important. It's important for the students that their curriculum is not overcrowded and they get so much stuff thrown at them. And it's important for teachers to take time for the important things, to learn, and indeed with priority, not do 10 different interventions of PD programs at the same time, but really have the time to do these kinds of things and also to learn how to work in this systematic way.
I think another important part of your question there, Lawrence, is it's really easy for evidence to become, here's the new additional thing that you do. Here's an intervention that's coming to your school. Here's a new offer. The harder bit is when we're saying, here's something you need to change. Here's a behavior that you're doing one way, and the evidence says you ought to do it differently. And I think the only way to change that behavior isn't that there's a silver bullet, amazing mobilization strategy. It's a concerted effort where you pull multiple levers at the same time. So probably one of the most influential findings we had early on in the EEF was we did a review of the use of teaching assistants in classrooms in England. And what it found was that actually having a teaching assistant had a negative impact on the most disadvantaged children in your class, because they were often sitting at the back of the classroom with the low attaining or disadvantaged pupils, teaching them, and they weren't getting time with the teacher. But we also had a good evidence base that when those teaching assistants did structured interventions that supported those students, they would have massively positive impacts. So it's a really clear finding. It's a change of behavior and it's a leveraging of resource in a different way. But the only way that we could change it is by pulling multiple levers at the same time. So we produced a plain language guidance report where we collaborated with practitioners, teaching assistants and teachers to come up with recommendations that made sense in a classroom. But importantly, we also scaled training. So it's all very well saying, do this. If the system doesn't have the capacity in the northeast of England, say, to train teaching assistants to deliver structured interventions, doesn't matter how good the evidence is or how much people want to do it. If there isn't the capacity to do it, then they're not going to be able to. So there are system level levers. We also talked to the inspectorate and made sure that the inspectorate wasn't requiring that teaching assistants were used in a negative way. And now it's embedded in things like national professional qualifications, that there are more positive ways to deploy classroom aids. And so there isn't going to be one way through scaling one program or through one plain language summary. But you need to create a culture change where you go, what are the things that teachers listen to in the system, and how do we embed evidence in those processes? Sometimes it will be a lovely autonomous, you come to the evidence, you read it, you engage, you apply it in your own system. Sometimes there'll be incentives and nudges that even if the teachers don't know they're doing things because of evidence, it influences behavior change. So I think it's really important to think as those levers together.
Yeah, building on that from John, two quick thoughts are that it's really important to, well, we found in the schools that we've worked with, they said teachers are much more likely to be open to change and to stick with a process if it's framed around improvement, doing better for our kids, as opposed to anything to do with engaging with research and, improving research. It's this thing that research use is a means to an end, not an end in itself. And that can sound quite abstract, but actually it can be very practical in terms of how are we going to improve the teaching and learning of writing within a secondary school context where actually many of us weren't trained to explicitly support writing development. Our primary colleagues are really good at that, but as secondary colleagues, we're not great. You work with the teachers, work with the willing, work with the teachers and leaders within the school who know that writing is an issue within their subjects and want to do better, rather than trying to introduce a research-informed writing strategy. It's just slightly different, but it really plays out differently in terms of how that change is led and managed within the school. So yeah, I had a second point, but it's gone. So I sense that you're coming in, Benedict, to save me.
No, but also building on what you said, John, that I think one important step is already to acknowledge that the research that we are producing goes against a strong habit, a strong professional habit, already acknowledging this. And because then once we've acknowledged it, then we can indeed think, okay, it's going to take a lot to change that habit. And how can we, which levers can we deal with to actually change that, that habit? And why I say this is because in policymaking, oftentimes you see the research coming, you say, oh, but yeah, we're going to do this, and boom. And boom, only, you know, we underestimate how much change management is intensive. I think, so probably there's a toolbox that's very big in terms of how you change habits with teachers. But coming back to short-term research or long-term research project, I know that we've been involved in a long-term research project looking at student participation in kindergarten. And this study, this long-term research, was really built with the teachers from kindergarten, and they were filmed teaching their kids in terms of how they were engaging them orally in classroom. And of course, it was a key issue because if you engage orally, you develop language, you develop syntax. So all of this is very key to the basic skills, to developing the basic skills. And what the research showed to the teachers, this was over 2 years. And over 2 years, you had this researcher that was coming in the classrooms and filming. And the kids were used to it, the teacher was used to it, and everyone was quite confident that, you know, the research would be great. And the researcher was very nice, and it will all be very instructive. And what the researcher had to say was that in practice, the teaching by the teacher, by the teachers, there were many of them, was very heavily biased towards the upper class kids. And that they were indeed, so these upper class kids were indeed spontaneously more participative in the classroom than the lower class kids. But in addition to that, the teacher was soliciting more the upper class kids. So indeed, school was reinforcing school inequalities from social inequalities. And when the teachers discovered this result, happily, the researcher was nice, and they had built a nice working relationship for over 2 years, because it was quite a shock to them to acknowledge that they were indeed contributing to these social inequalities. And of course, I think this was quite a strong recognition, and it was very helpful for them to then change the way they were teaching and managing the classroom. And we're using the same research for explaining gender inequalities in classrooms, because we see a lot of gender inequalities in math in already for the 6-7 years old in France, and we don't know how to explain this. And one way to explain it is that teachers actually engage boys more than girls for math activities. So you indeed see this, and because it's video, it has a video, everyone can see it, and the teachers, when they see it, they say, my God, this is really me. And of course, we all have biases, and this is not judgmental. It's all done with this academic background, and the goal is indeed to improve student outcomes. And I do think this kind of experiments, it's quite good if when we have resources to do this, and the luxury of having this kind of long-term research project, I think we should really push for this kind of project.
I mean, an important point there as well is, this is why research is so important, because there are lots of things that we might not notice or we might think are working that actually are having the opposite effect. And I think one of the findings I find really fascinating across the work we've done is we funded around 200 randomized controlled trials of education interventions across England, and only about 1 in 4 of them have a positive impact. And all of those people thought were good ideas. They were all examples of innovation that we all get really excited about. And in most of them, if you look at the qualitative findings that accompany them, the teachers thought that they had a positive impact. And that isn't because the teachers are stupid or evil or anything like that. It's because how can you imagine the counterfactual? Your students are making progress, and you can see that they're making progress, but you don't know that they could be making more progress if you weren't doing that particular intervention. And so I think it is really important when we talk about innovation that that link and that pipeline towards rigorous evaluation is often broken, and how we have that relationship between classroom innovation that builds from effective evidence and builds into effective evidence so that we can understand how those innovative practices do work, because many of them will, is really important. But we can't just leave it at this is innovation, this is important, this works.
Yeah, no, I just want to jump in. Cindy, your example, Benedict, I'm sorry, Cindy. Benedict, your example really made me think about the importance of the culture of the school, in the sense that a teacher who feels that there is not support for risk-taking will not be able to respond generatively and productively to that confronting video feedback, or and also, but even on the flip side, to see something that from EEF or or from your work, Cindy, that's very well evidenced, to be able to take, do something with it, if they feel that actually senior leadership do not have my back if this doesn't quite work in the ways in which I wanted. And that's something where school culture really matters in terms of research-informed innovation and improvement.
Great, thank you very much. I want to just pick up on this point as well around, in particular, then, what is the relationship between evidence and innovation? Because at the moment, it seems like quite a lot is maybe sort of almost setting it up in opposition, that evidence is what is established and innovation is what is new and is not yet established. How do you see the relationship between evidence and innovation happening?
So I really don't like the phrase innovation, partly because I don't think it's partly because it's not well defined, but partly because it can mean lots of different things. And my old boss who hired me at EF said what he liked is disciplined innovation. So innovation isn't just randomly doing something that you reckon might be a good idea. Innovation is accessing what's happened before and building upon it, and being genuinely innovative and applying your professional expertise, but not doing so in a vacuum, understanding that many people may have done similar things, and we'd be silly if we didn't learn from those similar things. And I think that the two-way relationship between evidence and innovation should be, innovation is at its best when it is genuinely innovative, but has knowledge and awareness of what's gone before in the evidence base. And evidence needs to be able to draw from that innovation and create pipelines so that innovative practice, we can understand, is it a one-off, or could it work in multiple schools? Because innovation's also not good if it just exists in one piece of action research that 3 people read and it's been fantastic, but it never actually benefits the kids across the wider system. So I think creating those links in our pipelines between the important innovation that sparks the rigorous evidence and eventually understanding where things can be replicable and be brought to more kids is ultimately the democratic outcome of innovation.
I think this is where speaking from a different perspective as a policymaker makes a big change, because I agree indeed with what you say from a research perspective. From a policymaker perspective, you do need innovation in education has always been there. I mean, I think everyone in this room knows Célestin Freinet. Everyone in this room knows John Dewey. Everyone in this, I mean, all of these great pedagogues, they started off with pushing innovation in education. They wasn't called that like this at the time, but this is what we would call it today. So this is really part of the professional efforts in education, that there is, you in a way innovate every day in your classroom, because every day is different. You have the same students, but they behave differently because for some reason something has changed. So, and indeed, there are different levels of evidence. I acknowledge this. And the world you live in of evidence is probably, you know, a world of luxury. Not everyone can live in this world of randomized controlled trials evidence, really. And hopefully, because then we wouldn't be able to teach anymore. We would spend so much resources doing this kind of evaluation and evidence, level of evidence. But I acknowledge that there is a need for this, and it's also very needed that everyone is aware that because a teacher does something in his or her classroom and it seems to work, it's not the right level of evidence. This we should be aware, everyone should be aware of this. But on the other hand, I also believe, again, as a policymaker, that I prefer to have a teacher that does something and tries something in his or her classroom, and hopefully more as a group, as a professional community, that they collectively engage in this adventure of changing, evaluating student acquisitions in math, for instance. And it's not entirely based on research. It's, they are trying it, and there is this risk culture in the school, and they are at the same time aware of feedback from students. And in the end, they do this regulation, and there's some school leader or some inspectors that have a look at it. And all of this is part of this innovation process that makes school life in a way. So indeed, it's not really building evidence. Although in the long run, you may have, like I said, Célestin Freinet, John Dewey, and other pedagogues. You also have some pedagogues that really start off as teacher, become researchers, and then really change something. I mean, for instance, in France, we've had a major didactical change in the years 2000. We've changed from teaching knowledge to teaching skills or competences. This was a big change, and this is coming from research. And this was initially started off by teachers individually or in groups in some schools, and then it became almost an institutional innovation. So, this is a way for me to answer that you do need innovation in the system to at least help the system live. And I acknowledge that this is not exactly evidence, but it's still it has maybe a small connection to evidence in the sense that it may give ideas to researchers to build some evidence processes.
I do want to dispel the idea that I live in a luxury house built out of RCTs. And I think we actually do agree. So I think that what I was trying to say isn't that no teacher should innovate, because the professional expertise and innovation is part of any classroom, but that innovation is more effective if they know what has gone before. And our research is more effective if we know about the innovation and there are genuine pipelines to understand how to build that into a rigorous evidence base.
I have never thought about evidence and innovation in this sort of sense. So I've just been, thinking about it, and I wonder if there's something in kind of recognizing the strengths, but also the limitations of each. Because I'm thinking, what's the real challenge with evidence? It's always around application and use. What are the real challenges with innovation? It's around kind of scaling and spreading, or scaling and sustaining, let's say. And I just wonder whether there's some, recognizing their complementarity could be really important. Is thinking there could be something really helpful if innovators, I don't know, like some of the innovation practices and processes could be really helpful for evidence being more than just evidence in terms of application and use. And innovation could be more powerful in terms of being able to be spread and sustained by being a little bit more like evidence. I'm not sure if that's helpful, but it's just a thought.
Well, in any case, this is also where leadership and policy comes in, right? So feeling the room to experiment and to innovate, being able to complete that process of evidence use in your own practice, but also to sustainably implement it. And we've had a lot of teachers in our projects, in a professional development project, saying towards the end, even when they were really satisfied and learned a lot, saying there's actually no room for me to keep implementing this or to apply what I have learned, because we now suddenly have other priorities. There doesn't seem to be a vision for the long term. And so we've started to ask school leaders of these teachers with new projects, how do you envision using this in a year, in 2 years' time, in 5 years' time? And it's kind of, oh, wait a second. So really thinking along with them about how do you see this being sustainably implemented. And that was still not enough. So in our more recent projects, we're even starting to let them participate in our professional development trajectories from the perspective of vision on student learning. What do you want to achieve at the student level in the long term? And also in between and at the end of projects, presenting about that, discussing about that. But also at the national level, there seems to be sometimes so much anxiety or people being worried about, the final examinations are coming. So that's what we all need to be focused on. Don't talk about innovation or experimenting or things like that. So also at the national level, there should be more room should be made for teachers to be able to do that. And of course, in a sense, you don't want to experiment with, you're talking about children, but at the same time, we're well willing to continue practices that we know that are not working. So, and that's always difficult to contrast it with that. But I think we need to be more aware of, what we're doing on a day-to-day basis, how well that works and what we know does work, and that we need to find room to develop those practices further, and that experimenting, innovating, and evaluating that is just as important.
It seems like a sort of a common theme across those responses is actually trying to bring evidence and innovation closer together rather than that sort of dichotomy that I set up at the beginning. I have one more question on that, but to flag to the audience that soon I'll be turning to you if you have any questions that you'd like to pose to the panelists, so get ready. Before I do, I wanted to ask just about this process of trying to bring them closer together and this idea that there is a degree of teacher agency, that it's a, to use the themes of today, it's a critical and creative process, taking evidence and trying to apply it. But we're also still very much looking almost downwards there towards the teachers. The evidence is moving to them. I'm thinking of the graph that we saw earlier as well. And I'm wondering, what is it that from the grassroots experience can actually feed up into the wider evidence base? We mentioned earlier about a cumulative body of knowledge. How can this be more of a two-way process? And in that respect, what I'd like to know is there any particular insight or information from teachers or school leaders that you would like to know from them about their use of evidence or their innovation from using evidence?
I would say simply, Lawrence, that I think professionals at all levels of education systems can learn from school leaders and teachers who are using research well. There are schools, 100%, there are schools and early childhood centres that are doing this really well. And it's part of how they work. And yeah, actors at all levels of systems can learn from those. So I'd say it's process learning around exactly what we're talking about here, creative and meaningful collaborative use of research in practice.
I think we would all be better off if schools felt like they were authorized to innovate and to be in this risk culture, and that actually the institutional levels or the regional level or the national level would be interested in what they are doing that is good, and that we are actually not only pushing information and also instructions to them, but we are also listening to what they are doing and how much creative they are at solving the problems with their students. And I think this culture probably depends, it varies a lot across countries. I would say it's very, probably not so much into the French culture of the education system. We've started off though for the last 2-3 years with this idea of calling for projects from schools and giving funding, quite a lot of funding actually, to fund those projects. And through this process, we've seen actually quite a lot of very interesting innovations and projects from the schools. And we've seen also that they were actually kind of puzzled that they would be asked what's good as a policy level. And they were puzzled, but they were also pleased. And they felt, in terms of, we've mentioned the word trust many times since the beginning of this panel. This was huge in terms of building trust from the teachers for the institution. So I do think we do need to really have this kind of call for projects from schools much more, hopefully with some funding, but if not so much funding, at least with the right human advice around them from professional development, this kind of intellectual resources that helps them go further in their ideas and in their projects. And indeed, I think we can learn a lot from this school projects. And yeah, in many areas. So I do hope that what's been initiated in the French system, that's again, like I said, not really in the culture of the system, will last long. And I really would be very happy to hear from other countries in that area.
Yes, indeed. So it was already mentioned a bit, long-term collaboration, and I think research practice partnerships are very important for these type of conversations, but also evaluating those. So it's not only about evaluating whether schools or teachers have been successful in their evidence use, but also have we been successful in communicating that to them or working with them and learning from them what we could do better and trying to improve that together. And including all of these different stakeholders. I think that's also very important.
Yeah, I completely agree, particularly around the co-construction of evidence. And one of the things that we've been experimenting with more recently is how can you support schools to innovate in a way that feeds into that evidence pipeline? And in particular, how do you put structure around innovation to support it? So how do you work with teachers to go, what is the actual theory of change of the innovation that you're proposing here? And how do you know that that innovation will be a success at the end? And that requires a collaboration between teachers who better understand practice, better understand the barriers in the classroom, the needs of their own children, and the things that they think are likely to work from their own professional expertise. But it also requires researchers to put a structure and support around that to say, well, actually, this was researched here and they found it was much easier to implement if you did this. And then to support them to go, how do we know this works? And then if it does work, how do we support it to be taken to a greater scale?
Great, thank you all for those thoughts. I'd love to open to the floor now for any questions that you may have. So please raise your hand and someone will bring you a microphone. Oh, sorry. Let's take both questions that are just here. Oh, sorry. And the lady here in front.
Am I allowed to ask 2 questions in an afternoon?
I think so. Yeah, go for it. Be kind.
Well, I very much appreciated the conversation this afternoon, and I really loved the focus on trying to develop both the rigor of standards of evidence and the adoption of strong practice in classrooms. And it made me wonder about the advance of AI in the development of tools that could accelerate both the rating of evidence in the creation world of research, but also the matching of evidence in the contextual areas in which teachers and classrooms might actually benefit. And I wondered if any of you are thinking about this, and if it's on your horizon, how should we think about it as well?
Yes, thank you very much for this question. So we are thinking about using AI to really support the use by teachers, of resources that we trust. And the way we do this is we have an intranet in the academy, so in this region that I am supervising. This intranet has lots of pedagogical resources. So at this stage, I'd say more pedagogical resources and not too much research resources. But we would really benefit from indeed playing a broker role, selecting some research data and pushing it into this intranet. And then we would have this RAG system. Sorry, I forgot what's the acronym for. But the idea is that this AI would search not across, because one of the major issues of AI is the data that it is that it is dealing with or that it is exploring. And we would be interested in kind of selecting the data that the AI is working with. And so this would be working in the intranet. So this process, I hope within 1 year, we can really test it already in the region.
Yeah, we're doing a very similar thing. And one of the challenges of evidence synthesis is it takes a really long time. So it's really easy for us to say we need a cumulative knowledge base for teachers and education, but our tool has 3,500 studies in it with data extracted. Takes on average 5 hours per study to read and extract information from it. So it's a lot of time for a lot of poor research assistants who sit there reading study after study and extracting data. So I think one hope is that generative AI can make that process more efficient. So one model is you do that process more efficiently and you still have the humans applying the methodological standards and the translation. Another more long-term method is how can we feed the generative AI in chatbot type functions that allow the research itself to be communicated effectively with clear standards of evidence as the input? And yeah, we're similarly experimenting with that. And I think that everyone's going to have to, because I think the reality is that teachers are already getting their information from ChatGPT. And if you're competing with it and you don't have as interactive a format, as targeted a format, then just saying, trust me, we've got better standards isn't going to be enough. You need a product that speaks to their concerns in a similar way.
I saw a couple of other hands. Yes, please.
Yeah, there's a nice quote from Andrew Hargreaves who says, change in education is easy to propose, hard to implement, and extraordinarily difficult to sustain. And I'm thinking of that in relation to the topic we've been talking about around creativity and critical thinking, and those countries that we looked at that have been successful in this space, just the amount of time and the extended nature of what they've been doing to make those changes. So my question is, how do we build this expertise of policymakers and school leaders around these processes of implementation? And what supports do you think they need to be able to do that?
I've got one thought, Jonathan, in response to that. I was really interested in and I'm going to forget the acronym now, but the kind of move from passive through to more interactive teaching and learning exchange, pedagogy. And I'm sorry to whoever presented that this morning. Yeah, Micah, I'm really sorry because I've forgotten it. But one thing I would say that would be helpful at a system level in relation to thinking about how do we sustain change would be to say, let's look at all of our efforts and initiatives at different system levels in relation to mobilizing knowledge and code them using Mikey's system to basically say, are we sharing knowledge in a passive way? Are we sharing it, I forget the middle two, or through to, interactive? To sort of try and see, is it passive? Is it active? Is it, is there some interaction? Is that, because so much of it is in the passive or the just slightly active, and which means that changes just don't have a chance of being sustained. That would be just one thing. It's only, there are many other answers to your question, I'd say, Jonathan, but that would be one thought.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Thank you. One of my PhD students defended her thesis over a week ago, about sustainable implementation of innovation with data use. And she investigated the factors that were important there. And of course, unfortunately, it weren't just 3 factors and they weren't just easy to meet. But I think one of the main points is it doesn't start at the end. And very often you hear, at the end of a project, oh, how are we going to continue? Oh, the funding is stopped, so we can't continue, or something like that. And I think it's really important, like evidence use starts with a vision on what you want to achieve with student learning. Preparing sustainable implementation of projects of outcomes of evidence use really start before you're even, doing the activities themselves. And then there are many factors to address, but that's also a process that you have to address in a team together, school leaders, teachers who are starting with that. And unfortunately, it's not an easy answer, but at least we know a little bit more about how that works and what we can address, and not everything at the same time, but really start not at the end, but at the beginning with these important factors.
I think as well, there is a knowledge base on how things might be implemented more effectively. I'm sure Jonathan was setting me up a little bit to talk about a guidance report he recently authored on quality implementation in education. But it's important that there are things that we know that might support high quality implementation, whether that's uniting the staff around the implementation, the buy-in of leadership, things like that, those kind of behaviors. There's also, I guess, two other actors here that are important. There's system level actors that create the space for implementation. So not doing policy initiatives that throw 40 different interventions at a school and say, try and do them all well, because it's not possible to do 40 different things well, and you need to create the space in the system. And there's also probably a responsibility of research to create research that is implementable. And by that, I mean, being really clear, why does this work? What are the key things that you can contextualize around? And what are the things that you need to make sure are part of the intervention as you embed it and as you implement it in your context? Because everything will be adapted. And at the moment, I think one of the limitations of research is we're not always clear on what can be adapted and what can't. And that's the only way you'll support the recontextualization or appropriate implementation of research from a researcher's perspective.
If I remember your question, you were also asking about how do you train policymakers and school leaders about all this? So I feel I would need to answer that from perhaps a personal perspective as well. And the truth is, I'm here because I did a PhD on education policies in France and in the United States. And in this PhD, I saw that indeed it was absolutely not the same training for people like me in France and in the United States. I don't know if there are people from the United States, but their approach is very professional. So they start as superintendents, and then from superintendent, they start as school leaders, and then they become the level higher, and then they become superintendents, and from superintendents they can indeed become at a higher level of responsibilities. And they do this through experience, but also through professional training. And I was part of my PhD was at the Harvard Graduate School of Education. So they were running indeed a program for these school leaders. On the contrary, in France, this was in the years 2000, there was absolutely nothing like this. You had to be a university president, and from university president, you could become K-12 person like me. And absolutely no connection. I mean, you could do be a university professor in law or in mechanics or in whatever, and then all of a sudden become the education manager of like 29,000 people working in education. This has changed a little bit in France, but not quite. And this is why I think we really need to share this culture of how you manage education. And I was happy enough to be asked by Sciences Po to run this master program that will indeed be training people at a master level. And I hope this will continue to a PhD level later on education policies and also higher education and research policies. So this program will start in September at Sciences Po. Hopefully it will be, and it's a nice team of practitioners and academics. And the idea is really to be sharing both perspectives in terms of how you manage change in education.
Thank you for those responses and for that question. We've got time for one last question, I think. Well, actually, we probably can have more than just one. I didn't expect that many hands, in all honesty. Annika, do you want to go?
Thank you, Annika from the DIF in Frankfurt. I have one question for you. You all mentioned that it's so important to include, for example, research schools or groups of students or specific teachers you collaborate with to generate knowledge mobilization. And my question is, do you do any kind of evaluation afterwards how these specific research schools or groups of teachers themselves are improving system-wide, if they are going to transfer their knowledge or the evidence that they are working with, if that is having some kind of influence on the system as such. I know that is very difficult to evaluate, but I wonder if you have any mechanisms or ideas, or if you focus on this as well.
In the interest of time, I might take the second question from the gentleman here as well.
It kind of echoes Annika's question, but just I was thinking about the question about the why things replicated more. And I think a big challenge is that the evaluation of the impact of research interventions focuses on the cost, the value from a cost point of view, and which is obviously the more efficient models are necessarily the models that actually propagate systemic behavior. And to build on Annika's question, if inclusion education systems is about what's good for some must be available to all, I didn't hear the words space and time feature very much in the panel discussion, in terms of if every child is going to have the experience that the pedagogical practice of their teacher is really authentically informed by evidence, how do we get to that? And by contrast, the medics are often cited as they have it cracked. But unlike the medical space, schools can't do waiting lists. Children must have their school place. So the practical challenges of consistency of instruction for a child from a parent's point of view all come to the fore. So as well as hearing about the good practice, how do we actually really scale that and meaningfully? Thank you.
Great questions and difficult ones as well. So who wants to dive in?
I'm happy to go very quickly on both. So on the evaluating the impact of that co-design principle, the first thing to say of our research school model is that we choose schools that are excellent because other schools are more likely to listen to them. So there's a pretty big confounder in that, in terms of understanding if that influences their practice above and beyond. But one of the things that we're going to be funding in spring is an additional round of research on research use and successful mobilization strategies. And I really hope that co-construction of research can be one of the things we evaluate there. We have a history of running trials on research mobilization, which in the past hasn't found that many promising results. So I'm hoping that in spring, we'll run a subsequent round that can focus on some of those pieces. And then I think that final question is the big question and the hardest question. Because I think that we do need to think big, and we do need to think, what does the ideal evidence use system look like in the long run? And funding one-off research initiatives won't get there, because a lot of these problems are collective action problems, and a lot of these problems are problems that require coordination across the system. So I genuinely believe in I mean, this is very self-interested, but I genuinely believe that the model of organizations like EEF, where the government creates independent evidence organizations, has value in being a long-term culture change organization that can provide a couple of things to evidence systems that otherwise wouldn't exist naturally. So one is a long-term pipeline of evidence that is relevant to the questions that schools actually have. And I think to get to the ideal, you need that knowledge base to actually exist and to answer the questions that practice has. The second thing is that thing I talked about at the beginning, which is a place for that cumulative knowledge base. We will never get to an evidence-informed system if we can't answer the question, where do practitioners go to get their evidence? And if the answer is academic journals, it's not going to work. So building that infrastructure and thinking long term, what does the ideal evidence use system look like in 10 years, and how do we build the infrastructure, the state infrastructure to get there, I think is the crucial point.
When you asked that question, I thought, I hope Lawrence doesn't look at me because I don't have anything to say, but I've got one little thought. I'm just thinking for the Australian context, like the answer has to be different in different settings. I'm thinking about Ireland and Australia. It's just like, it's so different, the challenge of scaling. But what I really, so that's not a helpful answer. Everyone knows that, but that was my thought. But I liked your question as well, because I felt like it brought an equity lens to evidence use. And so often I think evidence use is connected to excellence, but not so connected to equity. Now it is by Education Endowment Foundation. It is by the William T. Grant Foundation. It is by kind of key philanthropics that are active in the space, but often in terms of general debate, and when we talk about scaling, it's not. It's all too excellent. So I really welcome the question, and I don't have an answer.
On that note, I'm going to transition to our very last part, as it is very close to the end of the first day. And what I would like to do is to invite the panelists, but also you in the audience, to just take 10 seconds to reflect on what would be your key takeaway when it comes to supporting meaningful collaboration amongst teachers with research. So 10 seconds to think what would be your single sentence takeaway. Okay, I used to be a teacher and I always forget just how long 10 seconds feels, but luckily 10 seconds is now over. So let's start to my left. John, what's your single sentence takeaway?
So I think I kind of did it in answering that last question, but I think that thinking about how we can build infrastructure that genuinely speaks to the concerns of practice and has a positive relationship with practice to enhance professional expertise is the key thing.
I'd like to focus on how much knowledge and data there is. And I guess my takeaway would be that it would be already very good if each of us did not contribute to the confusion of knowledge and helped teachers distinguish proper knowledge that's helpful for them.
My key takeaway is we need to move the conversation from one of whether we use evidence to one about how well we use evidence.
I think that effective evidence use, both at a national and a local level, requires a vision on student learning with focus and priority from leadership that actually really supports and facilitates teachers learning how to do this and addresses including in its teacher and student agency.
Thank you all. Well, I hope we have left you with plenty of material to mull over and to continue to discuss shortly in the final cocktail at the end of the day. But before that, I'd like to invite you all in the audience to warmly thank our 4 panelists for their participation and contributions. And I thank you also for your questions and your engagement. I know it's been a very stimulating and a long day, so thank you very much for your participation. I'm going to hand back to Sasha, who will explain the next steps.
Thanks very much, Lawrence. And thanks again from our side. I hope you've all had a wonderful and stimulating day. The day is not quite over yet. If you'd like to join us, you're welcome to come to a cocktail. That will be in the chateau. So that's the big chateau next door. Simply go up the stairs and follow the crowd and follow your nose and you'll come to the room with the drinks and the nibbles. I don't think you need a badge to get in there, but please keep your badge for tomorrow. You will need it to get in the premises tomorrow. So you're welcome to join us now. We'll be heading over in just a few minutes. Thanks.